Good morning, everyone. When we finished last evening, we were on the second reading of the Land Transport Clean Vehicle Standards Amendment Bill number 2, call number 9. Carlos Chung.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure it was too late last night for the member on the other side, but clearly they are still living in a dream, or perhaps in their own la-la land. The members on the other side try to link falling EV demand to the repeal of the clean car discount. Yet, almost every submitter confirmed that that's not what's driving the market. It is driven by the broader market factors, not the policy change. But one thing is certain. The vehicle importers who make submissions all agree that the previous standard set by the foremost government were unrealistic and impractical. And this is why we're here, to clean up that mess. I commend this bill to the House.
Good to see the caffeine levels have hit in this early in the morning. Shannon Halbert.
Well, thank you, Mr.
5-minute call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And look how backwards Mount Roskill has become when it comes to the progress in our transport fleet. Anyone in this discussion, Mr. Speaker, will know that 43% of our emissions in this country, 43% of our emissions comes from our transport fleet across Aotearoa, New Zealand. And here we are this morning debating a bill that certainly takes us backwards on climate, on emissions. It takes us backwards on our transport across Auckland and New Zealand. But you know, Mr. Speaker, this is no surprise, and this is exactly the reason why New Zealanders are turning against this national-led government. Mr. Speaker, Labour continues to oppose this bill because it takes us backwards, and the Select Committee process confirmed that this bill, in fact, weakens the clean vehicle standard and undermines New Zealand's progress in transport emissions. Mr. Speaker, our dissenting view makes this very clear. The bill does prioritise short-term convenience for importers over meaningful emissions reductions. It extends the carbon credit lifespans from 3 to 4 years, undermining annual accountability, and it will slow decarbonisation. Mr. Speaker, we've spent a bit of time on the Transport and Infrastructure Select Committee. There was a lot of mahi done, a lot of consultation across the sector, and change is difficult, of course. Change is difficult, but what I know is that New Zealanders don't want to go backwards. They want to protect our planet. They want to make sure we're doing the right things now, Mr. Speaker, for tomorrow and for generations to come. And this bill simply weakens the standard of what New Zealanders expect. And this government has been influenced. It's been influenced by the big players in town. So they're making decisions to move such legislation like this back. The majority's report made no attempt to hide the fact that the bill responds to industry pressure. The bill responds to industry pressure for looser rules, not environmental or economic evidence. Not environmental or economic evidence. Now, that E word does get missing quite often from this government. Evidence aren't informing the decisions of the leadership of this country at the moment. We've got to come back, move away from our political ideology and what we hear, and try and fight for relevancy in a New Zealand that is turning against the National Party, and start using evidence for the decisions that we expect, whether it be in transport or whether it be in health, or in fact, whether it be in education too. Evidence is incredibly important. But the thing is, Mr. Speaker, is we've got to listen to our communities. We've got to listen to our communities and find the right balance, because evidence, listening to our community and hearing what they are saying, as well as a bit of industry, Mr. Act Party over there, yes? The industry is important, but we've got to make the right decisions for now and for tomorrow. But the new trading rules risk incentivising higher emitting used vehicles. The majority's recommendation enables credit transfers between new and used importers with 2-for-1 exchange rate. And of course, Labour highlighted to the committee that this flexibility risks flooding New Zealand with more used, high-emitting vehicles. Anyone who has sat in the Transport and Infrastructure Select Committee will know that because we're at the bottom of the world, that we will be recipients of the dirtiest cars in the world. And this was an attempt, of course, to change some of that, to do better, to protect our environment, to actually demonstrate some evidence-led leadership in this country. So, Mr. Speaker, we do not agree with this bill. It takes us backwards. It doesn't reduce emissions. And of course, this government is making just another bad decision that New Zealand is turning against them on.
Mr. Speaker. Grant McCullum.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. Well, there's something the people on the other side of the House haven't worked out. The people of this country love their utes. And if they want, and we need to be able to have our utes so that we can drive up to Northland, the electorate that's miles above the rest, over the Brynderwan Hills, and do it in an affordable manner, and I commend the bill to the House.
Helen White.
Good morning, everyone, and good morning, Mr. Speaker. I was on the Transport and Infrastructure Select Committee when the legislation came through that both provided a discount, an incentive for people to buy electric vehicles and brought in standards. And one of the things that we heard was this, we heard a lot of an outcry I was used to hearing in my previous job, where people would go, this can't possibly happen, this won't work, this is the result, we're going to have this crisis, etc. None of which actually happened. What we got was things like vehicles that were electric go down. One went down $20,000, those electric vehicles, because there was a market to meet, and that was a van, and it was something that wasn't on the market, and so it actually, the dealers reduced the prices of those, and we got a whole lot more electric vehicles in the country than we had before. So there was a lot of choice, and the Honourable Julianne Genter talked about that there were things like build your own electric vehicles, which just weren't here, and suddenly they were here. That's the value of government taking leadership, is we can create a market. We can create an appetite. And I look at the report that was done on this bill, and it says, under other matters considered, we heard from the motor vehicle industry, particularly the new vehicle industry, that settings in the Clean Vehicle Standards regime are fundamentally and structurally misaligned with the vehicle fleet that New Zealanders wish to purchase. That's a really interesting comment. It's from a lobby group, and it's talking about what New Zealanders wish to purchase. Well, we live in a world where we actually can lead that desire. And when I think about my electorate of Mount Albert, which is actually very similar to Carlos's, in fact, Carlos Chong's electorate and mine will actually lose a bit of ground to each other in the next boundary change. And I think about those people who are living in somewhere like Wesley, which is an area that we share in that way. And I think about the way that the motorway goes right next to the people in that area and it dips. They're being impacted by the emissions from those very vehicles. Their kids will die as a result. I'm not overstating this, and I need to be able to make this point, Mr. Speaker. The children in that area will die at a greater rate because of the emissions from those utes that Grant McCullum just talked about. Because those, and before you cry across that house, that's actually good research on that. People die because of pollution in cities from cars. And actually, when you remove a whole lot of petrol vehicles and diesel vehicles from the fleet, you actually impact on the well-being and the health of the children in the very electorates that you come from. Now, it might not be such a problem from Grant McCullum, who comes from an area where there aren't a lot of people, and so those emissions aren't such a problem because there's a spread of people. But in intensified cities, and remember that Carlos Chong and my area, they're going to take the majority of new people coming to Auckland because we're building in a different way and we're building more intensely. And as we do that, it's incredibly important that for the sake of Carlos Chong's children, for the sake of hopefully my grandchildren, that we clean up the air.
Point of order, Carlos.
Mr. Chair, I accept that the other member can attack me, but I don't think she should be using my children as an example in the speech.
Sit down, Mr. Chung.
Mr.
Chung, this is a robust discussion, and I've heard you actually being quite vocal in it. Give and take, and just a little bit of sensitivity. Or a little bit less sensitivity. Carry on, Ms. White. Sorry, Mr. Chung, this is a frivolous interjection, and I'm treating it as such. Particularly for someone who has been actually making some considerable noise across the House.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order, Mark Mitchell.
I do take your point, Mr. Speaker, but there is a long-held convention in the House that we do not introduce our families and family members into the debate.
Yeah, well, I took it as a broad enough mention, but the member, there's obviously been some. Just carry on with your speech and be aware of the sensitivities of the House.
Absolutely, I will. My point was about the broader situation in both our electorates. We have children growing up in an environment where we know that children in this country, in particular, get things like asthma. We know we have higher rates than most places in the world. And it's incredibly important that we work on air quality. And I take the point that was made by Simon Court that cars have got better. They are better than they were. We've taken out the lead. But our job as legislature is to actually lead changes that are important to the well-being of our people. And we can drive an economy one way or the other. And this is very, very important to the people in our electorate because it is a life and death situation. We know that from the science that we have done. We know that those are real prices that people pay, the pollution in our cities. And I remember waking up in the COVID era when we were in our lockdowns, and lots of people will remember this. We had a city where there were less cars, and we actually had a cleaner environment than we've ever had. And it was a little glimpse of what we could build into our cities. So while I am in favour of building more intensely in the inner city, I do see the value in doing that alongside initiatives like the Clean Car Standard. Because when we do that, we drive change that's consistent with those communities growing in a different way. And that's our job. Our job is to lead that change. Our job is not to listen to a lobby group that says people don't like all these vehicles, we have to sell them cheaper. Actually, it's a good thing. If there's a glut of electric vehicles and hybrid vehicles on the lots of the car dealers, if there's a glut of those and they have to cut their profit to get those cars out, and if they have to do that, and there are not a lot of car dealers going bust at the moment, they're doing okay. If they have to move into the electric vehicle fleet, then actually that's a really good thing. It's a really good thing. That's our job. It's so interesting that we're so tough on people out there who lose their job at the moment that we tell them they have to move regions. We tell them they have to be flexible, that they should go to Australia for that job. We're so tough on them, but we're not tough on the people who are running these kinds of operations, where they have to be mindful. So we had a person on the radio the other day talk about this law. He runs an electric motor vehicle company. He is bringing in electric motor vehicles. And he was talking about the damage that this is going to do. That person is actually working to a value system. It's not all about profit for him. It's a balance. He's making money out of those vehicles and he's doing a good thing at the same time. Those are not things that we should see as some sort of dichotomy. We can drive this industry the right way and we can actually save some lives by doing so. We can clean up our environments and we can meet our emissions targets, which is going to be really, really important. And instead, what I've heard from this House is I've heard Grant McCullum, who's a really lovely guy, get up and say he wants to drive. He is, he's a lovely guy, but he's in the dark ages. He's saying he's got the right to go across the Brynderwyns in his ute. Well, that is an important right for Mr. Grant McCullum, but it's not as important as the right of the children in my area to have a clean environment. That's a more important right. And we actually have to choose sometimes. And it's our job to choose, to be brave. So it's really interesting that the National Party came into government talking about bringing people forward, and it's doing the opposite. It's burying its head in the sand in pieces of legislation like this. If there's any issue in this area, well, it needs a solution that's creative. It needs a solution that's principled. It does not need this movement backwards, this visionless move backwards. Find some decent solutions, do some work. If you've got a problem, fix it well, not like this.
Mr. Speaker.
Just before I call the next speaker, I'm just reflecting on the interaction that took place with Mr. Chung. I accept, Mr. Chung, that clearly you felt that you had been impugned, or your family had been impugned or mentioned to this. So I accept that it is just reinforced that we do keep families out of this. So some of this is in the eye of the beholder, I realise that. So just a general warning that we do keep families out of our debate here. So I'll accept that you were genuinely distressed at that comment. Catherine Wedd.
Speaker, look, I'd just like to acknowledge some of the comments that the member on the opposite side of the House made around providing practical solutions and choice. And that is what this bill is all about. Because like she has said, people want choice. If they want to drive their ute across the Brynderwyns, they should be able to have that choice. If a consumer wants to buy an electric vehicle and drive around the streets of Auckland, that is their choice. And so this is about bringing down the cost of vehicles for consumers in a very tough time at the moment and providing choice. It's a practical solution. I commend this bill to the House.
Maria Mino Kapakingi, the Te Pāti Māori Call.
Tēnā koe, kia ora tātou. Choice is often the realm of the privileged. It is not something that is extended to all generally, particularly where I come from in Te Tai Tokerau. Not that because we don't want it, it is because often we are locked out of it. And this bill, with all its, I guess, good intention, this is how I'd like to speak to it. When this bill was first introduced, we were told it was about flexibility and balance. I haven't found that in any way, regardless of the work that's been put into it. The weakening of the Clean Vehicle Standard, a policy designed to reduce emissions and prevent Aotearoa from becoming a dumping ground for inefficient vehicles rejected in countries with stricter environmental rules, that purpose is worth remembering, even if you do own a ute and drive up the Brynduin. The government claims these changes will make compliance easier. In reality, they create loopholes, extending the lifespan of carbon credits from 3 years to 4, removing restrictions on transferring credits between the new and used import sectors and allowing the borrowing of future overachievement beyond 2025. These measures delay real progress and undermine the integrity of the standard. We've heard rhetoric about affordability and choice, but the facts tell a different story. Modelling shows that by 2035, these changes could result in 39,000 fewer fully electric vehicles and 19,000 fewer plug-in hybrids on our roads. That's not affordability, that's locking families into higher fuel costs and higher emissions for decades. Climate change is not a distant threat, Mr. Speaker. It is here now, and it is hitting hardest. Why do Grant McCullen and I know that? Because we come from the north. And particularly if you're in Whangaroa or in Whangarei or Te Kaipara, you'll know the flooding and all of the things that come, meant to be every 100 years, but it feels like it's every 5 years. So they're not just once in a lifetime floods. They seems to be too many too often. You drive through Kaio or Whangaroa today and you'll see the decimation of homes, farms, roads and infrastructure. These are not isolated events, they are reality of a warming world. Any legislation that prioritises short-term profits over the long-term health of our environment harms our children, especially mine, and Helen White's. I say that because it must be said and stated like that in this space where we make law and then we decide on resource for our future mokopuna rising, hence my statement. I think kauni tēnā, Mr. Speaker, I did want to make sure to stand and say that from Te Tai Tokerau perspective as the MP, the balance and the flexibility that was once offered is not a real thing, and though I wish it was, and I think government should do better. Tēnā tātou.
The question is that the amendments recommended by the Transport and Infrastructure Committee by majority be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. The contrary, no. The ayes have it. The party vote is called for. Please conduct the party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te Kaumarima Napoti Whakahe.
Act New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
E wha Napoti Whakahe.
Taku Te Ferris.
Kotahi Te Poti Whakahe.
Māori Manu Kapakini.
1 vote opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The question is agreed. The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. Aye. The ayes have it. Party vote is called for. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te Kaumarima Napoti Whakahe.
Act New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
E wha Napoti Whakahe.
Taku Te Ferris.
Kotahi Te Poti Whakahe.
Māori Manu Kapakini.
1 vote opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The question is agreed.
Land Transport Clean Vehicle Standard Amendment Bill number 2, second reading.
This bill is set down for committee stage immediately. I declare the House in committee for consideration of Land Transport Clean Vehicle Standard Amendment Bill number 2.
Members, the House is in committee on the Land Transport Clean Vehicle Standard Amendment Bill number 2. We come first to part 1. This is the debate on clauses 4 to 9, amendments to Principal Act. The question is that part 1 stand part.
Madam
Honourable
Chair.
James Meagher.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're now in the committee stage of the Land Transport Clean Vehicle Standard Amendment Bill number 2, and I'd just like to start by recapping some of the comments made by Minister Bishop during second reading. Just to acknowledge the work of the Transport Infrastructure Committee, led by the very able Andy Foster, and to all those who submitted, including individuals and industry. The vehicle industry made it clear in its submissions to the Select Committee that the current standard under market conditions is proving too stringent and will result in significant costs to consumers. We don't want New Zealanders to be facing those burdens and those costs at a time like this, and so we feel that some sensible changes need to be made. The bill that we're considering today is the first step in fixing that, and I think we all look forward to a constructive debate over the next 95 minutes, say. The bill itself has two parts. The first part amends the Land Transport Act of 1998. The second part makes consequential amendments to the Land Transport Clean Vehicle Standard Regulations 2022. I thought I'd outline just the 4 key points, 4 key changes that the bill makes. First, it gives the Minister of Transport the ability to recommend regulations that set uniform CO2 targets for vehicles. This is going to be important for weight-adjusted vehicles, which give heavier vehicles easier targets at the point where they are no longer fair or justified. Secondly, it extends the life of the existing emissions credits from 3 years to 4. This is a pretty sensible change which gives importers more time to use those credits that they earn. This rewards good performance and helps further keep those costs down on everyday working New Zealanders. The third thing the bill does is it keeps the options open for importers to borrow credits from future years. That's just a practical change that means if they fall short 1 year, they can make up for it for the next. That avoids charges that otherwise would be passed on to consumers. Again, most likely those consumers who are in the part of the market where they are seeking more affordable vehicles and can't afford a brand new shiny $80,000 hybrid or whatever it is that those at the top end of town may be able to afford. And finally, the bill allows credit trading between new and used vehicle importers, and that helps importers who don't have enough credits from their own vehicles to offset charges, making it cheaper for them to meet the standard. So, Mr. Chair, now that's what the key changes to the bill are. The government has also indicated it will introduce an amendment paper, and I believe that is sitting on the table right now. I'll go through the amendment paper now just for the sake of clarity and time. The paper does 2 things, and it's been well signalled in advance, I think, to the public and to the House. First, it temporarily reduces charges for 2026 and 2027. And just to outline those for the House, for new vehicles, the top rate will drop from $67.50 to $15 per gram of CO2. And for used vehicles, the top rate drops from $33.75 to $7.50 per gram of CO2. This maintains the current proportional rate for used vehicles, which is about half of the new vehicle rate. The lower charges, what they'll do in practice is they will substantially reduce the risk of unintended increases in vehicle prices caused by that combination of market conditions coupled with the standard's current settings. Those charges will return to current levels on 1 January 2028. So what it does is it provides a little bit of breathing space and time for importers, for industry and for purchasers of both new and used imports to limit the costs being placed on them at this time. The second thing the amendment paper does is it extends the expiry dates for those credits that were earned in 2023. No credits will expire before 31 December 2028, and this gives credit holders with credits from 2023 an extra year to use or sell them at a market rate, so basically a 1-year extension. This is important because those lower charges mean lower prices for credits, because the charges effectively cap the price for which credits will be traded. Without this fix, credit holders would lose out. Officials have done some work and they estimate that the temporary changes will reduce projected fuel savings by about $115 million, but that is offset by avoiding an estimated $264 million in net charges that could be passed on to consumers in higher vehicle prices. Projected emissions, Mr Chair, I'll wait 5 seconds.
Yeah.
Mr Chair?
The Honourable Minister.
Projected emissions reductions will fall by 38 kilotonnes, but this won't affect our ability to meet the second emissions budget or the sufficiency of the second emissions reduction plan, because of course the ETS is a contained cap system, so when emissions reductions take place in one area, when there are fewer emissions that are taking place in one area, they are obviously offset by the ability to reduce in other areas, and when emissions reductions do take place in, say, the vehicle industry, that means that there are fewer carbon credits available in other industries. So the cap nature of the ETS means that on a net basis, emissions reductions won't change. Mr Chair, I think this amendment is about striking a fair balance, supports New Zealanders in upgrading to newer vehicles, which always cost less to run, supports our climate goals, while ensuring the clean vehicle standard remains practical, achievable and equitable for both importers and consumers. It's a practical step forward. Now, I will take the opportunity in the 4 minutes for this call before we move on to, I guess, questions around part 1, just to address some of the initial amendments lodged by Aotearoa Williams that have been tabled. Quite a few of them are to do with part 1. And I thought I'd indicate at this stage, having had a good look through over the past hour or so, the government doesn't intend on supporting those amendments. I can take the House through most of them to indicate why, just so that we don't spend too much time litigating amendments that won't be supported. But for example, the very first amendment to Clause 7 is an amendment which says, proposes to replace clean vehicle standard with foregone revenue from the vehicle industry. And I'm not sure if that's a serious attempt at an amendment, but we won't be supporting it. The second amendment on this one is an amendment to Clause 7 that proposes to replace standard with indefinite postponement. We don't think that's a serious attempt to provide a valuable amendment to the bill. We won't be supporting it. There are some other amendments which extend out some timeframes. For example, that's actually in Clause 2. There's a further amendment to delete and title Clause 4, Subclause 1. We don't agree with that. We think those clauses are vital to the operations of the bill. There is a further amendment in and around, again, Clause 4.1 to insert before the full stop and replace with any measure relevant to government policy to reduce emissions in relation to vehicle weights. We don't support that amendment, nor do we support the other amendments from Aotearoa Williams around Clauses 4.1 as well. There are some amendments to do with the title and commencement clauses, which we'll get to at that part of the debate, which don't appear to be serious attempts and mere criticisms of the bill. There is a further one towards the end of the table, which are quite technical adjustments that I think the member is in good faith trying to somewhat improve the bill, but we think the bill's in a good space and we won't be supporting those amendments at this stage. So with that, Mr Chair, I will take my seat and happy to take questions.
Right, and just while admirable attempt by the Minister to get his retaliation in first on these amendments, that won't curtail a full discussion of those amendments necessarily. Tangi Utikiri.
Kia ora and good morning, Mr Chair. Thank you for that clarification. I know my colleague Aotearoa Williams on behalf of the Labour Party has lodged a number of amendments and I'm sure that she would appreciate the opportunity to, along with colleagues, sort of work through those. Mr Chair, I want to just make some brief sort of top-level comments. We do not support this bill, but we do see this as the opportunity, given that we've just kind of come straight from second reading into committee stage, to scrutinise the clauses in Part 1 and beyond, and to put to the Minister questions related to why some changes should perhaps be considered or not. While it's disappointing that the Minister has indicated that the government's position at this stage is that they don't support those amendments, that should not, in our view, curtail the opportunity of the opposition to still explain why it is that we think that those amendments should be considered. It wouldn't be the first time, of course, that governments have changed their mind over the course of a committee stage. The other thing of note, Mr Chair, is that the Minister's Amendment Paper 444, in its form as presented to the committee, was not made available. I mean, amendment papers are not made available to the committee, but the specifics of it was not something that's reflected in the committee's report. So we do want to spend an opportunity to look at that. So last night, I did indicate to the Minister that I had a question that I was going to raise in committee stage, and it is about the regulatory impact statement that has been uplifted by members from the table. It is clear to us that this RIS seems to be what was relied on when Bill number 1 made its way through. So my first question to the Minister is, what is the reason as to why the regulatory impact statement that is currently on the table, and see, I've just had a look and it still is the same one that we picked up last night, seems to relate to a bill that was being progressed previously through the Parliament. Surely members can rely on getting information that is more up to date, and when looking at the bill that's currently before us, what is the impact of this bill? The reason as to why members would be familiar with the RIS previously is because we did have an opportunity to speak with the former Minister of Transport around how he relied, well, what he relied on in terms of bringing number 1 to the House. The RIS that's currently on the table, sir, identifies that actually only industry participants were consulted with. Now, we know that we had a select committee opportunity where we heard from more than just those individuals, but it does signal that actually this is a bill, perhaps, that hasn't changed in terms of the government's focus around it being fairly blinkered. So the question to the Minister is, can he just step us through the rationale for the RIS that's currently on the table and how that relates to the bill that's currently before us right now? I don't think it's unreasonable to expect that what is available actually takes note of the fact that there has been a passage of time. The reason why this bill is number 2 is because the Parliament turned its mind to this issue last year. And the information that's currently before us in terms of what is the impact of this step that's been taken, and these are not insignificant steps that have been taken, Mr Chair, they will have an impact. And so my first question is a fairly basic one, really, and it's around the regulatory impact statement, because as members know, when it comes to an opportunity to examine things, often we rely on that. And it's not uncommon for regulatory impact statements to be made available throughout a whole range of a bill, but I do think it is a little bit unusual and perhaps rare that a regulatory impact statement for a bill that the Parliament has already considered and has already passed is seen as a justification as to looking at what the impacts in regulation are for this. And the member is right, the proposed rates that are being proposed by the government are different. They are lower rates, they have different impacts. I would suggest to the Minister that the Minister cannot simply say that, well, no, it's a similar sort of situation. When people pay less, there are impacts. When people pay more, there are impacts. Even when people pay the same amount, given the passage of time, there might be impacts. So that is the first question to the Minister.
Mr Chair.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I'm not sure which clause that question relates to, but I'm advised that the updated RIS is on the Ministry's website and Fiscal. And the member wants to give me more than 3.5 seconds to answer this question. I'll give it a really good crack for him. and I'm advised that the correct versions are currently being printed on paper with ink and are on their way down for the member to read with interest.
Aotearoa Williams.
Thank you, Mr Chair. My colleague and I, Tangi Utikere, have a number of questions about the policy intentions of the government because that has not been made clear. I think the Minister is referring to a 2-page document called the Short Form Supplementary Departmental Disclosure Document, which the simple contributions from officials here are no, 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 end. I'm not sure whether that seeks to address the points my colleague has raised, but we hope that the Minister will engage with this in good faith, or else it will be a very long day from here. My first question about the government's policy intentions around this is how much revenue is foregone by the government because of this decision? Is it the full $264 million that would have otherwise been raised? Does he consider the $264 million to be a tax cut for car importers? And if so, how did he consider the different revenue raising options around this? There would have been some other options that he could have taken. Perhaps he considered the other options available to him, like better funding for rural roads. Rural communities around New Zealand would benefit from $264 million applied to the fixing of rural roads. That was something that the government campaigned upon, particularly around the fixing of potholes. How many potholes could the Minister fix with $264 million raised from this policy? And why was it better to return that to car importers instead of fixing rural roads? Did the Minister considering spending the $264 million forgone by this policy decision on public transport? How many young people would have benefited from a $264 million contribution to, say, subsidised public transport, which was the policy of the previous government? When $264 million would be applied to, say, bus routes to children who have missed out on their school bus routes around the country, particularly in rural areas, how many children would have benefited from $264 million applied to those bus routes, which they have now missed out on under this government? What were the policy choices that the government considered other than giving a $264 million tax break to car importers?
Mr Chair.
Honourable Minister.
Oh, thank you, Mr Chair. I'll remind the member what I literally just said in my answer before, which is that the updated version of the RIS is on its way and is available online as well. I'll get, again, more than 3.5 seconds, Mr Judicature, and I'll try my best to answer your questions, but if you interject after every time I try and answer something, it's not going to get us very far. So, in terms of the questions around revenue, I'll get the officials to provide some clear advice on that. Is it a tax cut for the industry? No, it's not. That's an easy one. Do we need better funding for rural roads? Well, compared to, say, the funding in the period from 2017 to 2023, I think absolutely. How much money could be spent on fixing potholes? Quite a lot, and this government has invested, I think, from the top of my mind, $500 million in pothole maintenance and pothole prevention, and have fixed a heck of a lot more potholes in and around the rural roads of Mid-Canterbury and South Canterbury than we've done, say, over a period from 2017 to 2023. How many young people could benefit from public transport? Well, in Mid-Canterbury and South Canterbury and parts of the world where rural people live, not many, because we live in far-flung destinations where we rely on predominantly a lot of second-hand vehicles. And so if you're a farm kid and you're looking to try and get to school or go to your after-school job, you rely quite heavily on second-hand vehicles, and you rely on the fact that those second-hand vehicles are affordable because you already face very large barriers as being from an isolated rural community. And so I think it's important that everyone in Parliament should support whatever we can to reduce the costs on all rural young people so that they can have the best opportunity for success and the best opportunity to access the resources and services that are available quite readily to people who live in high-density urban areas, but unfortunately, because rural folk are out there doing the mahi, growing the grain, feeding the cattle, building our exports and doing the hard slog 4 a.m. in the morning in the dairy sheds, they have to do that out in the countryside. And so the best thing we can do to support young people out in the regions to support this policy, reduce the cost of their vehicles, and give them the best chance of success.
The Honourable Julian Gento.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is my first call in this part of the committee stage debate, and I just wanted to highlight that this bill did not go through the full select committee process that it could have, and that was because of a decision by government members to respond to a minister's request to wrap up the bill early and bring it back to the House. So, and now we're considering an amendment paper that is a substantive policy change that was only tabled late last night, and it's going through under urgency. So I do think that this debate is not one where, well, sorry, I should say, I think this debate is one where the opposition does have to be able to ask a reasonable amount of questions about the policy intent of the bill. So I'm going to start with asking the Minister which industry players did they consult with in the making of this bill, and particularly the amendment paper of the Minister, number 444. Which amends Clause 5A, or inserts a new Clause 5A. And my specific question, because the Minister in the second reading speech referred to MIA and VIA, who are broad representatives of the industry, but I'm wondering if the ministry officials and the government consulted some of the car companies that independently that are bringing in zero emissions vehicles, like BYD, Tesla, and I also was wondering if there was any specific consultation with Toyota. And the reason I ask this question is because MIA has to represent a broad range of players in the vehicle industry, and there will be some players that are particularly advantaged by this policy change, and others that we could say are disadvantaged. And the ones that are disadvantaged are the ones that are bringing in zero emissions vehicles, or who have done a lot of work like Toyota to actually be able to meet the targets. So I'm just interested to know if the consultation was limited to broad representatives of the industry, or whether they took into account the impact on those companies that are actually doing the important work of bringing in the zero emissions vehicles and the low emissions vehicles, and what impact that would have on them. And one other question, because very recently, there's been a recent development this year of BYD bringing in fully electric vehicles under $30,000 New Zealand. So I wonder if, you're hearing from the Minister and the government, and certainly the Select Committee is hearing from certain players in the industry claiming that cars are going to be less affordable, but of course they're not considering the fact that that's only the polluting cars, and we are getting more and more affordable options on the low emissions. So is this change really necessary? Finally, the Minister and government MPs during the debate have referred to alignment with other countries, particularly Australia. And I'm wondering if the Minister can tell us what the equivalent penalties would be in Australia, and how that compares to the fees that are laid out in subsection, so it's on Amendment Paper 444, new Clause 5A, and it's 2B, subsection 1 and 2. So it's from 1st of January 2026 to 2028. The fees that are proposed in that section, and the ones in new Clause 8A, also on the amendment paper. Same issue, it's 2B, 1 and 2. How will this align us with Australia? What will the difference be between the penalties faced by importers who are bringing in higher emissions vehicles above the target in Australia, and how will that compare to New Zealand's, should this amendment paper 444 be passed today?
Mr. Chair.
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, a couple of questions in that one. So who in the industry was consulted with? I think as Minister Bishop outlined in his second reading speech, yes, MIA and VIA were both consulted. Of course, MIA represent BYD and Toyota. Every industry player also had the opportunity to submit during the select committee process and have their views heard and incorporated into the departmental report. I'm advised that no individual car companies were consulted, as that could be seen to confer specific market advantage during consultation, so it wouldn't have been appropriate. Question around why the proposals being brought back now, because the changes are required to be in place by 1 January 2026, and due to the mechanisms or the process of legislation in the House, we have to have this done by Christmas effectively, so that's why it's back in the time that it's back. I'll get some advice on the penalties from the officials. Now, the previous member asked some questions around, I think she read out a bit of paper and then she said the word no about 12 times. I think she's having flashbacks. I think the issue is that she was reading the departmental disclosure statement and not the RIS. And in terms of the question around how much revenue is foregone by the Crown, well, the way the system works is that the charges are placed, well, they're not placed into the National Land Transport Fund, they're held in accounts to offset the credits that are earned. So that's the answer to that question there. Oh, and I've actually had a last-minute run of advice provided to me. I'm advised in terms of the question around penalties, the equivalent Australian penalty is $50 AUD. Ours will be $15 NZD. It's $50 imposed by the regulator and $100 imposed by the courts for Australia. So that's the answer to that one there.
Tangi Utikiri.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Look, I thank the Minister for his answers, but there is not a lot of clarity that's been given around the information that's currently available before the committee. Members, particularly Sir when we're in urgency, rely on what is on the table to inform the contributions that are to be made in terms of the passage of the legislation. My colleague, Arana Williams, has referenced papers that are on the table because that's all that's there. The Minister talks about this RIS, but where is it? The only he holds it up. Well, is that the RIS that's date finalised 25 June 2024? That's the first question for the Minister, because if it is, then that is the RIS that is being used for Bill number 2. The Minister is handing it to. Is it the one that's 25 June 2024? I mean, that would be the interesting thing, because that's the one that we've got there. If not, which one is he referring to? Who's got a watermark stamped all over it, not something that we've got this morning. So those are real issues around what's available to the committee as we've started this process. It is shoddy indeed. Mr. Chair, the question around the policy intent and objectives, and the Minister has talked about potholes, he's talked about rural buses, he's talked about public transport, he hasn't talked about road cones, but probably that's something the government don't want to talk about at the moment. But this policy intent is really, really important, because he's talked about rural bus routes. The $264 million could be utilised in other areas. Why is it that the government are choosing not to do that? I see that the Minister of Education, Erica Stanford, is here in the chamber right now. Perhaps she would like to take a call around whether she thinks that the $264 million not being spent on the rural bus routes that she cancelled in places like Ashurst and also Rangitea and other places could be better utilised. I hazard a guess to suggest that she won't, because she's remained silent in that space, but this is about prioritisation. The revenue that's been generated, the $264 million, could be spent in other areas. So, Minister Stanford, are you prepared to take a call and indicate whether you think that actually this is good money spent or saved, and that maybe it could be used to save school bus routes that you cancelled? Now, Mr. Chair, these are real considerations, and I think in terms of bringing this back to the policy objectives and intent of this bill, members of this, it is not unreasonable to expect that when this committee stage commences and the Minister refers to a regulatory impact statement, that we have it. Now, I think the Minister has a new one. Now, prior to commencing, oh look, we've suddenly got one, thank you sir, for this. Now, this in itself creates a little bit of an issue, because we now have a regulatory impact statement that has a date of the 4th of November 2025. Why was this not put on the table? Why? Well, the date today, according to the clock, is the 18th of November. Well, it's actually, most people in New Zealand think it's the 20th because we're in urgency, one of the quirks of this place. But my question to the Minister is, when this particular bill came into committee, why was the RIS that we think the Minister is relying on, dated 4 November 2025, why was that not included for members to be able to collect? Now, we accept that in urgency there are some things that have to be rushed through. We also expect that when a Minister stands up to talk about his overall objectives and what he wants to achieve in progressing this on behalf of the government, that the information available to members to scrutinise, to question, to hold the government to account and to come up with some other possible changes, that the information that's to be relied upon was also there. So that is the first question for the Minister.
Mr Chair.
Honourable Minister.
Well, Mr Chair, I think the member needs to go back and do his history, because when the Labor Party introduced this policy, whenever it was, back in the last government, they were quite clear that it was not intended to raise revenue, and it's not designed to raise revenue. So I don't know where Mr Aotearoa's magicking up his $264 million, but it's not from this policy, because that's not how the policy works. So if he wants to go and campaign on borrowing another $264 million, he's welcome to do that. Of course, they didn't do too much in the way of supporting rural New Zealand and rural schools under the previous government. If he wants to talk about school bus routes, I suggest he has a sit down with Chris Hitkins, who can take him through the process that Mr Hitkins undertook as Education Minister with school bus route reviews, and he might find quite an uncomfortable conversation with Mr Hitkins in the previous government, when a few reviews went underway and then all of a sudden an election came around and what happened? So we might just softly put that on hold until it kicks off underway. So maybe Mr Aotearoa can get his questions from a previous Education Minister rather than the one that's in the House, who's not responsible for anything under this bill, because under this bill we're talking about the clean vehicle standard, which is quite a long way away from issues like rural bus routes and road cones. And if the member wants to get into a conversation around road cones, he should go for a trip up to Auckland and have a chat to Mayor Wayne Brown, who's a strong advocate for eliminating most of those. In terms of the RIS, I'm glad Mr Aotearoa didn't even need to stretch his legs and had the RIS hand-delivered to him. So he is very welcome to peruse that. Of course, the RIS has been available online for quite a while now, and I'm sure he's a very busy man and he's very diligent, and maybe accessing it online wasn't a high priority, but he's got it now. It's on the table. He can have a great look through it. Of course, the RIS isn't part of the bill. It's not, when you're scrutinising legislation in the committee the whole stage, we are supposed to talk about what's actually in the bill. So I'm looking forward to that.
Just before I take the next call again, both parties are certainly broadening the scope of this discussion. And it will continue to widen. Well, it won't continue to widen, because we just need to now bring it back to something resembling what's in front of us here. Dr. Tracy.
Thank you, Mr Chair. And thank you, Minister, for what can only be described as a somewhat lacklustre response to some questions around policy intent. And I understand the position that the Minister's in, and can feel somewhat sympathetic with when one inherits the role of trying to sell something without all the relevant information provided to the opposition. That's there's not a lot to go on. But I don't think that we've received sufficient clarity about the policy intent and those policy objectives that sort of underpin this this bill. Hence the fact that the responses to date have been somewhat flat, for lack of a better word. But the Minister, in his previous response, in an attempt to perhaps draw on some local knowledge and paint this bill in so far as how it might affect rural communities, raised a couple of points that I just do think is worth going back to, because I do sympathise with the concept of affordability, and certainly on this side of the House, that is our number one concern at the moment are the pressures that people are facing, and that households are facing in terms of household bills And fuel costs are certainly one of those that are driving, the cost of living crisis, the cost of living real pinch points that many families are feeling at the moment. So whilst the Minister talked about having affordable cars in rural areas, and again, forgive me, Minister, I haven't had a chance to have a look through this RIS properly. One can only have a quick skim read whilst listening to other people talking. It's a little bit distracting. But the policy intent that the Minister has laid out in his response to the first 3 or 4 questions this morning hasn't really elucidated on the fact what was the thinking behind, or what was the analysis behind future-proofing some of those affordability considerations, because it's one thing to be able to afford a second-hand car in today's market, but we also have a responsibility to ensure that that second-hand market updates and becomes cleaner, but also more cost-efficient and cheaper to purchase those cars. We really run the risk of being the dumping ground for an old, expensive fleet of cars if these types of measures continue. And I'm sure, absolutely positive, that the Minister would have considered those considerations or made those considerations whilst working out what the policy objective here is. Because on the surface, without that information, if the Minister's not going to provide a little bit of oomph with regard to that policy intent, we can only assume, and we're left to assume, that it's just a quick and cheap, a cheap and cheerful, cheap and dirty method of which to keep importers happy in the short term and leave this looming question for someone else to resolve. So I would appreciate if the Minister could just provide a little bit more background as a starting point for us to have a much clearer understanding of what the policy intent is.
Madam Chair.
Honourable James Meagher.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'll just round off the RIS questions. Of course, if members had looked at the amendment paper, which has been on the table for quite a while, the back of the amendment paper is a little URL, and with the URL is a link to the RIS. So I'm sure that may have skipped members' attentions because, there's a lot of paper to read, but if members pick up the papers and read them thoroughly, they will find everything that they need. And of course, there is no requirement under standing orders to table a RIS, and I look forward to that suggestion being made to the Standing Orders Review Committee by the Labor Party in a supplementary submission, because it probably is quite good practice. And the member interjects that this is an all stages change. It's actually not. We've just come from a select committee and had the second reading. And then the member also interjects and says it's a significant amendment. Well, that's correct, but the whole point of the committee of the whole House stage is to be able to provide a chance for the committee of the whole House to make amendments to the bill. So this is, I'm not sure how long this practice has been in place, but we're about hundreds of years under the Westminster system. Again, if the member's not happy with that program and that system, she can make a submission to the very receptive and, I thought, polite Standing Orders Review Committee, who are actively considering how the House runs at the moment. Anyway, on to Tracy McClellan's very good, I thought, question around the policy intent, although she was quite disparaging in my attempts to answer in the first instance. I thought that was quite unfair. But her question around the policy intent, what is the intent of the policy? Well, without wanting to expand the scope of the debate too far, paraphrasing in my own limited mental capacity at this time of the morning, the intent of the policy is to reduce the costs of vehicles imposed by the previous government on everyday working Kiwis. So that's the intent of the policy, and I think once we pass it in the next 45 minutes, it will be implemented well and truly.
Steve Abel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I presume you may have been watching from outside the chamber, but I wanted to draw your attention to the fact that the RIS has just been introduced to the chamber.
Yes, it's just been introduced to the chamber, but I understand it's been in a link and it's been available for a period of time.
So we're under urgency, obviously, dealing with a huge volume of legislation, and there is rightly an expectation that something like this RIS would be available to us in physical form in the chamber.
My understanding is that it has been available, it hasn't been on the table, but we have also had a response to this issue, so I feel like it's been covered off. It may not be ideal from some of the members' perspective, but we can't carry on debating that issue all morning because it's been covered off by the Minister.
Can I just point out to you,
you can talk to the RIS,
okay,
but in terms of the
specific
how it
arrival,
got here and why it's here has been explained.
You just clarified what I really was wanting to ask is, given our ability to talk to the RIS would be useful.
Yes, you can talk to the RIS.
And the Minister has made a point of the RIS being a significant part of the case for the government's policy position. I'm just wanting to clarify specifically in terms of the policy objectives, given the essential purpose of the legislation and its original intent was to assist in the reduction of carbon dioxide emissions. How did the government evaluate the impact that this policy would have on targets for reducing carbon dioxide emissions, which is covered in Section 175 that has been repealed? And noting in the RIS on page 7, one of the more striking graphs shows the average CO2 performance of all new vehicle types in a blue line and the targets in a red line, and at the point where the clean car discount was cancelled, those lines cross over and the emissions profile of the vehicles falls below the targets. How did the government take into account with this new amendment the impact on our overall targets around carbon dioxide emissions? My second question is, in terms of our balance of payments and the cost to New Zealanders, if the Minister and the government is concerned about the cost of vehicular transport to New Zealanders, to what extent did the Minister evaluate the impact on our dependency as a nation on the whole to petroleum imports? And to clarify this, looking at the latest economic fact sheet week ending 14 November, currently our three largest goods imports in the year to September 2025 are mechanical machinery at $11.6 billion, followed closely by petroleum and products at $9.6 billion, followed by vehicles at $8.7 billion. So of our three biggest goods imports, two of them are petroleum and vehicles. Did the Minister or the government take into account the extent to which we are subject to the vicissitudes of the overseas price of oil and petroleum products, because we have never produced domestic oil that has been consumed by vehicles in this country, and the extent to which he is locking New Zealanders into an ongoing dependence on that expensive imported petroleum, when by moving our fleet to electric vehicles that are fueled by domestically produced electricity, which is 85% or even 95% on a good day from renewable sources, not from fossil fuel sources. Madam Chair.
Steve Abel.
Oh, he's lucky. To what extent has he evaluated the opportunity that is lost in decarbonising our transport system and the real costs savings that means for New Zealanders in a personal level, at a household level, but also for us as a whole country? because if more of our transport fleet is electrified, then more of the fuel by which our nation is powered is domestically generated renewable energy. The other question I have is, how much of this new fleet and second-hand fleet are the practical vehicles that Grant McCullum refers to, the utes that people drive up through the Brindurans to Northland? How much of that fleet is actually impacted versus what I colloquially call the sort of urban wankermobile fleet, which is a big problem we have in Tamaki Makaurau, Auckland, is these monstrous Raptor Rhino vehicles that are both more dangerous because if they hit somebody it's fatal, also obnoxious in terms of the space they take up on the road, the visibility they impact on people driving normal vehicles. What sort of vehicles does this benefit in terms of those classes of cars that are actually, I recognise as a necessity to have in rural areas, but I can assure you, having gone to the high country in the South Island last year, that farmers are not driving those Raptors and Rhinos, they're driving practical Toyota Hiluxes and the like. How much of the impacted fleet is those overpriced, oversized urban wankermobiles versus the actual tradie, farmer, practical vehicles that no one contests people need and use? Thank you.
Honourable James Meager.
Madam Chair, not sure if the Greens are now opening up an eastern front against urban bankers or whatever it was that Mr Abel said. I didn't quite hear him properly from back there. Coupled with their other front against the rural part of the economy, so I'm sure there's probably someone left for them to not have a war with in the coming future. But I'll backtrack in terms of the reverse order of questions. If Mr Abel doesn't like the rhinos or whatever it is he called them rolling around Auckland, some good news is on the way. One is that he doesn't have to buy them. Two is that with the new time of use congestion charging legislation coming into place, individuals will be able to make better decisions about whether or not they do take those vehicles in and around parts of Auckland that Mr Abel doesn't want to see them in. And then thirdly on that, with the shift from road user charges to all vehicles, and I'm assuming that some of these obnoxious gas-guzzling monstrosities that Mr Abel doesn't like will be both diesel and petrol fuelled, they will be paying more for the impact on the roads that they do have. So all of those initiatives by the current government are actually favourable to Mr Abel's point and hopefully will be supported by him. If we then go to the issue around what was looked at in terms of the impact on the balance of payments, I've advised it was looked generally in terms of the impact of lost fuel savings, and as I outlined at the start, this is approximately $115 million, but that is more than offset by the $264 million in charges that will not be passed on to hard-working everyday New Zealanders who get up every morning, get into their vehicle, clean our offices, stack our supermarket shelves, work in our pack houses, and generally just want to get on with life in their second-hand, low-cost vehicle, because if you come from a part of the world where, like some of us, we didn't have a car until we were 7 or 8, you're very grateful just to have any vehicle. And so to avoid lumping on an additional $5,000–6,000 cost on those vehicles, I think is a good thing to support working New Zealanders and something that everyone in the House should be supporting. Now, Mr Abel talked about reliance on fuel and gas. Well, then I look forward to him supporting our efforts to maintain our domestic fuel and energy security in terms of repealing the oil and gas ban, investing in LNG, making sure that we have greater fuel security and storage requirements at our airports, and in our fuel facilities, making sure that we have good import controls for our fuel import terminals, including the one down in Prime Port Timaru, which is a great source of opportunity and employment for the people of South Canterbury. And of course, I look forward to their support of the fast-track legislation and RMA reform, which will fundamentally revolutionise how we can create, produce, invest in renewable energy all across the country, whether that is data centres fuelled by solar power down in Southland, or whether that is the many offerings of solar farms in and around the Mackenzie country, which take a discrete, packaged away parcel of land and produce solar energy that could generate power for tens of thousands of homes if it weren't for the prohibitive framework of the current RMA. So I very much look forward to the Greens supporting all efforts to increase the amount of renewable energy up and down New Zealand, whether that is solar, whether that is hydro, whether that is tidal, whether that is offshore wind, whether that is bioenergy, geothermal, whatever it takes. I look forward to their support over the coming years. Now, Madam Chair, there are a couple of other questions that were outstanding that I've just had put in front of me. Question from a while back, was the analysis behind this future-proofed? Of course it was, because these measures are temporary. The current charges return on 1 January 2028, and in the meantime, the Ministry is undertaking a full review of the scheme with a report to Cabinet due in 2026. And what is the impact on the targets? Well, we all know, and we've had this traversed many times in this House, the ETS, vehicle emissions are contained within the ETS. The ETS is a closed cap system. It has a sinking lid on emissions over time. Where emissions drop in one sector, they are offset by emissions in the other sector, because there are caps. If industries decide to exceed their emissions, they either have to pay for them through NZUs, or they have to pay a very significant fine. So it is unlawful to breach the emissions cap. So in terms of emissions reductions, whether you reduce them in the vehicle industry sector, whether you reduce them in waste energy, whether you reduce them in heat energy processes, it is a cap system. So when you push down here, it pushes up here. But overall, on a net basis, it won't make a difference.
I'm going to call Aotearoa Williams. I'm looking for specific clauses and specific questions now, please, rather than speeches.
Yes.
And that's not a reflection on this member. It's just that we're getting, it's less than 2 pages, and I'd just like to see people, this particular part of the bill, and I'd just like to see people referring to the clauses and having questions around the clauses.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and welcome to the Chair. You can tell that people are excited about this. We're also on to, I think, the 20th hour of urgency, and so there is a little bit of titchiness in the chamber, but let's change that. Let's get enthusiastic about this bill. Madam Chair, I want to speak to the Minister's Amendment number 444 now. This is the guts of the policy here. This is the clause which enables the $264 million tax cut to car dealers. So I want to ask him about his choices around how big that cut would be. The options that I understand that he's considered are, the status quo, which would leave it at 67, or halving that to 30 as the top charge, or halving that again to 15, which is the option he's gone for here, or zeroing it. The options that I'm really asking about are 30, 15 and 0, because as I understand it, the government's policy intention could have landed on all of those. So really what I'm asking here is about the trade-offs between those options. So if the charge were, the top charge would double from what it is now, I want to understand whether, how the industry would have been impacted by that, and the kind of vehicle mix that we would have seen being imported, given that there is a lower consumer demand at the moment for EVs. Did that play into the choice between 15 and 30 being the top charge, and the expectation of economic conditions either improving or stabilising? That's not information that was made available to the committee, because the committee didn't consider that the difference between, say, 30 as the top charge and 15 as the top charge. And Madam Chair, the reason I raise this is because actually we saw a very open-minded and collegial discussion of the different RUC charges that applied to PHEVs in that committee when the government was considering a bill very similar to this a year and a half ago, and the committee actually arrived at a different rate that would be set there at essentially halving what was the original rate, but doubling what the government's suggestion would have been. So a committee of like-minded and reasonable MPs in that room came to a different view of the appropriate rate there. So whether the House would consider a movement up to that rate of $30 that, in my view, trying to think through this reasonably would also reach the government's policy intention. And a particular part of the government's policy intention that I want to draw the House's attention to in this is it says on the regulatory impact statement on page 3 that the best way to address that sort of demand issue created by economic conditions at the moment and the demand for EVs being low is to make the settings more flexible. That's the 1 year extension, and we will return to the 1 year extension, but that's not in Amendment Paper 444. But then also to adjust the targets to levels that are achievable and do not result in high levels of net charge. That $30 top rate would do that. It would also mean that there was a greater level of stability within the system. Stability is a stated goal of the government in this policy. It would have allowed the industry to essentially use, it would have been in line with the expectations of the industry. And that stability goal is really important here, particularly for the relative market share of some small importers as opposed to some larger importers. And the Minister will note I have made a number of amendments which are particularly designed to protect the interests of those smaller importers. What I think, would all agree around the House is that we don't want to have the unintended impact by setting the rate where it is currently of disadvantaging smaller importers over the larger ones. You would have heard, Madam Chair, in an answer the Minister gave to my colleague Steve Abel that the Minister didn't consult with particular importers. Any given importer had the chance, he said, to be able to present to the Select Committee, but they didn't make that information available to the Select Committee because it is sensitive to them. But as I understand it, the Minister will well know that smaller importers are at the sharp end of this change. There will be some market impacts for them which make it harder for them to be profitable relative to their larger counterparts. And so want to test with him whether that $30 top rate charge is an appropriate charge, and whether he also considered a zero rate and what that would have meant for the relative market share of larger and smaller importers.
Madam Chair, I'll take it.
I thought the Minister was actually going to give an answer, so I'm calling Honourable James Meagher.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just checking whether my colleague Tom Rutherford had an insightful contribution to make, and I thought I'd give him a crack. Just in terms of a couple of prior questions I just wanted to tick off. There was a question previously around CO2 emissions, and I just wanted to, for completeness, because I did sit down before and didn't quite finish that off. It's kind of, an ETS is always a difficult system, but it's a closed system, right? So there are a certain number of carbon credits available, and so, for example, I'm advised that this policy may well result in 83 kilotons of emissions additional into this particular industry. Now, of course, that is equivalent, if my maths is right, to 83,000 NZUs. That is then, therefore, NZUs available for other emitters to purchase. So it's a closed system. When you increase or, you've got a capped number of emissions that you can emit over a period, over a 5-year period, the carbon budgets. If governments want to go harder and faster on that, they can. They can change those caps. If they want to reduce emissions more quickly by reducing the number of emissions in the system, they can do that. They can buy credits, they can shred them. That all has trade-offs and balances because that drives up the cost of carbon credits. They are the trade-offs that we're all talking about here, and this goes to the member's point around what were the options and what could the top charge be. Well, in terms of, if you double the top charge, you're just doubling what the importers have to pay and pass on to their customers. So it's all a trade-off in terms of how do you make the system continue to work as best it can in a difficult and, we think, relatively unworkable system. So you've still got to make the system work by having some sort of credit and penalty. But at the same time, if you leave it up to where it was, you're going to be hitting consumers with an incredibly high cost on people who generally are not in a position to pay that cost. And we think that's, in terms of a system that's supposed to be supporting working New Zealanders and the people who are out there actually generating the income that we need to pay for our nurses and our doctors and our schools and our hospitals, we should be supporting them. And we shouldn't be putting these costs on them, particularly in a situation where the ETS does most of the heavy lifting. So that's essentially the answer as to why the rate is set as it is. And look, there are arguments both ways, whether it should be higher, whether it should be lower, depending on what your value set is and what your priorities are. But the government has set them at the rate suggested in the amendment paper. And we think $15 provides meaningful relief for importers and consumers while still incentivising compliance with the standard. And I might also advise that MIA were the ones that proposed $15 as a balance that balanced the interests of their members who held excess credits against those who face net charges. So it's a relatively good middle point that we think hits the right spot. And if members are interested, there is more analysis in the RIS on pages 13 to 14.
Madam Chair. I'm going to take we're getting very close. I'm going to take a call from Tangi Utikere. I see he's been writing furiously during the course of this last little section. So, but I will indicate that we are getting very close to...
Madam Chair, I want to ask the Minister some questions in relation to Clause 4. This is the clause that basically removes the ability for regulations to be targeted around the weight, vehicle weights being adjusted, and the proposal from the government is to basically cancel it, so there would not be any criteria in that particular space. My first question for the Minister is, given that heavier vehicles emit more CO2, why is it that there hasn't been really any thought around a gradual approach to weight adjustment, i.e. not just a blanket ruling out, but maybe some sort of transitional phase dependent on weights. Now that might be perhaps more difficult if it's in the lighter fleet as opposed to not, but I still think, that given that the focus of this is around taking our climate change responsibility seriously, what consideration, if any, was given to having some sort of gradual approach to that? And the other part of that, of course, is what modelling supports the change and whether any specific advice around that was sought. There is an amendment paper in my colleague's name, Aotearoa Williams' name, that has not been referred to in the House this morning. And I actually think one of the interesting things is if the government is open to actually looking at what the impact is going to be of these changes. So whilst the Minister and the government has said that there will be a review opportunity that might be at some stage in the future, there is really no scope defined around what that looks like. And what Ms Williams' amendment paper very clearly does is would seek to insert a new clause 4A that she suggests is titled the Annual Impact Assessment of Clean Vehicle Standard. Now, this would be a new clause that would effectively require the Minister, and there is no time frame, but there kind of is. I mean, it's about practicality, right? It's around as soon as practical after the end of a financial year, which does make sense in terms of aligning that with budgets. Turn their mind to preparing and publishing a report that would be required to contain a number of different aspects. Now, we haven't actually touched on this yet today, Madam Chair, and there are things like, well, what is actually the actual capture of volume of used vehicles that are actually being imported into New Zealand? This is a bill that does provide some differential between new imports and used imports, but might be all good and well to say, well, all that information is contained elsewhere. But what we're talking about here is having a centralised opportunity for the Minister, as the government's appointee, to present to the Parliament a form of accountability on an annual basis to cover off a few things. Now, not just actually the volume of used vehicles, and that's really important, because if we're looking at trying to shift the dial on having households move into lower emitting vehicles, One of the key incentives for that is ensuring that the used vehicle fleet is accessible and that there are a larger number of low-emitting vehicles that form part of that fleet. So having an opportunity to annually account to the Parliament that paints a picture we think is actually a good move. Alongside that, Madam Chair, consideration around the changes in not just how old these vehicles are, but the average age worked out across the entire fleet and specific to the light fleet. The other two points that Ms Williams in her amendment paper touches on is this issue of retail affordability. Like, this is a real concern, and this is what's been driving a lot of the submissions that the Select Committee heard as well from importers, is their view that the uptake is actually post the government's decision to get rid of the clean car discount, actually not serving as an incentive for people to be able to access the market. If that is the case, what metrics are there to ensure that retail affordability is something that's not something that we've actually talked about? The Minister might not think that's a good idea. Okay, that's fine, but it would be helpful to hear from him nonetheless. And of course, the final bit there is around the impact or effect that would have on specifically our Māori and Pacifica communities. Why? Because we know that they are generally parts of our communities, and members across the House will know this themselves, that find it very difficult to be able to make sure that they're a positive stat when it comes to low-emitting vehicles because of the accessibility and the equity issues. So the question to the Minister is, how does he see that ability to capture all that information in one place and to provide that through a vehicle to be accountable to the Parliament?
Madam Chair.
Honourable James Meagher.
Madam Chair, I couldn't quite discern many questions from that, but I'll address the one at the top around Clause 4. I think the member misunderstands how the clause works. It actually allows the Minister to set a weight-adjusted rate or a uniform weight. So currently, if you just set a strict uniform weight, that would be harder for heavy vehicles to meet, and I think that was the intention of the previous government's policy. Clause 4 actually gives the Minister the flexibility to do one or the other. So I think that's what he actually wants, and that's what the clause achieves. In terms of an amendment to require a minister to review or report, well, as I mentioned before, there is already a report due in 2026. And as I thumb my way through many of Aotearoa Williams' amendments, I note that the amendment lodged at 105007, NZTA currently already published monthly reporting on the volume of charges and credits. MOT publishes information on the volume of new registrations. If we go to 105011, the Ministry of Transport publishes vehicle registrations including by fuel type. If we go to, I'm just skipping along because the rest of them aren't actually consistent with government policy, so would be rejected outright. If we go to the one at 105021, all of the information sought in that quarterly publication is published monthly by the NZTA. If we go, we're still going not consistent with government policy, the rest of these ones. 105025, again, that information is already published by NZTA. And then the one at 105028, no, that's the wrong title. I thought there was one more. Essentially, the essence of what I'm getting to is much of what the member has suggested or wants in her amendments is already published by various agencies. And of course, ministers of any stripe, any kind, any colour, any age, vintage, can issue a report or do a review on any piece of legislation they want at any time. If they want to spend their time running through working groups and reports and reviews and things like that, then they can do that. But what we'll do is we'll change the legislation to make it easier for working New Zealanders to buy a car, get to work, do the job, live their life, and have a happy future.
Madam Chair. I'm going to take. I'm just going to take a question from Honourable Julian Genter, Transport spokesperson for the Greens, and it will be related to a clause and a question.
Yes. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. We put forward a range of tabled amendments this morning, so I just want to clarify that most of those are proposed amendments to Amendment Paper 444, which is the Minister's Amendment Paper, which, as I understand it, and maybe I'll just clarify with the Minister, this amendment paper was tabled yesterday in the evening. That's my understanding. The chair of the committee was saying that it had been around longer than that. So I'm just wondering, did the chair of the select committee get earlier access to the amendment paper? Because we only got it last night. But anyway, so it's specifically 5A and 8A, and the changes are that we've proposed a range of changes to the fees. And so that's particularly from 1 January 2026. And my question, Madam Chair, my main question, aside from when was the amendment paper tabled and when did the chair get access to it, is the minister has repeatedly in this debate referred to this policy improving affordability for low-income New Zealanders of cars. And I just wondered if the minister had done any distributional analysis of how these changes, who these changes were most likely to affect. Because by my calculations, the changes in the new clause 5A in the amendment paper, 444, subclause 2B, subclause 1 and 2, what they show is that the change in the fees, the benefit to the new vehicle industry who are bringing in polluting vehicles above the target is twice that of the used vehicle imports. So that means that actually there's a disproportionate benefit to new vehicle importers, and low income or even medium income New Zealanders are not buying brand new vehicles. So if the policy intent of the bill is to help those on low or medium income, I want to know why is the change proposed in the amendment paper giving double the benefit or tax break, really, penalty break, to brand new vehicle imports as opposed to secondhand vehicle imports. Throughout the debate and throughout the RIS, the problem that's been laid out has been focused on access to the second-hand vehicle market. We have a lot of brand new vehicles now available at affordable price points that are low emissions or zero emissions, therefore below the target. But there's a disproportionate benefit given to new vehicle. And this actually, I just want to make this point in this debate. Maybe the minister could listen and understand the point and respond to the question. Is that if we want to increase the supply of second-hand low-emissions vehicles or zero-emissions vehicles, EVs, then we're not going to do it by importing second-hand vehicles directly from Japan. We're going to do it by importing more brand-new EVs here and those being sold on second-hand in the market. That's how we address that issue. The way we get more second-hand affordable EVs is by importing more brand-new EVs, and this policy, this amendment paper is working against that aim by encouraging and rewarding the polluting brand new vehicles industry and encouraging them to keep importing higher emissions brand new vehicles, which will be on the road longer and mean that we're not getting those second-hand EVs in the market. So that's my question. And would the minister consider some of our tabled amendments to amendment paper 444, which we put on the table? There's a whole range of them. So in my name and in my colleague, Dr. Lawrence Sunan, that would go some way to ensuring that the brand new vehicle importers who are bringing in high emissions vehicles pay the price of that. Oh, sorry, there's one more question, Madam Speaker. I did mean to ask this earlier in the debate, and I didn't get to it, which was, has the minister got any evidence, do they have any guarantee, based on these changes, that savings will be passed on consumers? How do we know they won't just be banked by the industry so that they can make more money as opposed to bringing in lower emissions vehicles that New Zealand desperately needs?
Honourable James Meagher.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have checked with the officials, and I'm advised that the amendment paper was released at approximately 3:48 p.m. yesterday, and that includes the reference to the RIS And then I'm also, well, I'm not even advised of this, I can remember this, the substance or the content of the amendment paper was indicated by the Minister after Cabinet made their decisions on Monday, and that was, I think, reported on relatively widely at that point. In terms of the member's point about the best way to get more EVs, yep, you could take money from freezing workers and farmers and tradies and give it to lawyers and doctors to run around the town in their brand new Teslas. Or what you could do is you could drastically reform things like the RMA, improve our education system, improve our exports, grow our economy, lift incomes, and make sure that people have the wealth and prosperity that they need to be able to make choices in their lives so that they can afford to choose the vehicle that best suits them. So long as we are pouring costs on working New Zealanders, they are going to be the ones that are priced out of any electric vehicle market, whether that be used or new, and it will be a luxury which is the domain only of the rich and wealthy and probably of the 123 people that sit in this House. So in terms of making it easier to buy electric vehicles, the best thing you can do is to make sure that you have a country which has the opportunity and growth and prosperity for all New Zealanders to have the incomes that they deserve so that they can make the choices for themselves. And finally, in terms of the amendments that the members put forward, I've had a quick thumb through. Many of them don't seem to be consistent with the aims of the government policy, so we won't be supporting them at this stage. And then finally, can the Minister provide any guarantee that those savings are passed on? Well, they're not savings, they are the avoidance of costs that would be passed on. So while I can't guarantee what any individual vehicle importer or operator will or won't do with the price of vehicles in their market, what I can guarantee is that the ongoing situation where there are basically no second-hand vehicles available, even under existing standards, in the likes of the Japanese second-hand market, means that the cost of second-hand trucks and vehicles and work vehicles has gone through the roof to the point of $10,000, $15,000, $20,000 for some people who are just trying to buy a flatbed truck so that they can chuck your heat pump or your washing machine on and deliver it to your house so you can live a comfortable, luxurious, perfectly nice, comfortable life while they drag their butts around town every day, every week, making our lives easier. And I think that we should be proud of the work that they do.
Debate on this question now closed.
The question is that debate on this question now closed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Party vote has been called for. Please card.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT, New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes opposed.
Takuta Ferris.
1 vote opposed.
Mariamino Kapakingi.
1 vote opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The question is agreed. The question is that Honourable Julianne Genta's tabled amendment to the Minister's amendment inserting new clause 5A, new section 1772, set out on AP number 444 to amend the 2026 charges to $37.50 and $75 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no.
No.
The noes have it. Party vote has been called for. I struggled to hear the vote, but I did hear the party vote called, so we'll have a party vote.
They didn't vote for it themselves.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT, New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Takuta Ferris.
1 vote in favour.
Mariamino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55. Excuse me. The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. Question's not agreed. The question is that Dr Lawrence Yunan's tabled amendment to the Minister's amendment inserting new clause 5A, new section 1772 set out on AP number 444 to amend the 2026 charges to $30 and $60 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Party vote's been called for. Please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Tāku Te Wheres.
1 vote in favour.
Māori Aotearoa Kapikingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question's not agreed. The question is that Honourable Julia Angenta's tabled amendment to the Minister's amendment to clause 6 set out on AP number 444 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no.
No, sir.
The noes have it. Party vote's been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Tāku Te Wheres.
1 vote in favour.
Māori Aotearoa Kapikingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question's not agreed. The question is that Honourable Julia Angenta's tabled amendment to the Minister's amendment inserting new clause 8A, new section 182.2 set out on AP number 444 to amend the 2026 charges to $30 and $60 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no.
No,
the noes have it. Party vote's been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Tāku Te Wheres.
1 vote in favour.
Māori Aotearoa Kapikingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question's not agreed. The question is that Dr Lawrence Yunan's tabled amendment to the Minister's amendment inserting new clause 8A, new section 182.2 set out on AP number 444 to amend the 2026 charge to $24 and $48 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. Noes have it. Party vote's been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Tāku Te Wheres.
1 vote in favour.
Māori Aotearoa Kapikingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question's not agreed. The question is that the Minister's amendment to Part 1 set out on AP number 444 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, no.
No, sir.
The ayes have it. Party vote is called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes opposed.
Tākuta Ferris.
1 vote opposed.
Mariamino Kapakingi.
1 vote opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The question is agreed. The question is that Arana Williams' tabled amendment deleting clause 4(1) be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no.
No.
Noes have it. Party vote is called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Tākuta Ferris.
1 vote in favour.
Mariamino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question's not agreed. The question is that Arana Williams' tabled amendment to clause 4(1), replacing Roman numeral 2 with Roman numeral 4 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. Noes have it. Party vote called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Tākuta Ferris.
1 vote in favour.
Mariamino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question's not agreed. Arana Williams' 3 remaining tabled amendments amending clause 4(1) are out of order as not being in the correct form of legislation. The question is that Arana Williams' tabled amendment deleting clause 4(2) be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. Noes have it. Party vote called for, please.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Tākuta Ferris.
1 vote in favour.
Mariamino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Arana Williams' tabled amendment to clause 4(2) relating to targets adjusted for vehicle make and model be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. Noes have it. Party vote called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Tākuta Ferris.
1 vote in favour.
Mariamino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question's not agreed. The question is that Dr Lawrence Yunan's tabled amendment to clause 4.2, inserting the words including vehicle weight and class adjusted targets, be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. Noes have it. Party vote is called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Tāku Te Whereas.
1 vote in favour.
Mariamino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question's not agreed. The question is that Aruna Williams' tabled amendment to insert clause 4.3 relating to data integrity and quality be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. Noes have it. Party vote is called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Tāku Te Whereas.
1 vote in favour.
Mariamino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question's not agreed. The question is that Aruna Williams' tabled amendment to insert a new clause 4A to require an annual impact assessment of the standard be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. Noes have it. Party votes being called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Tāku Te Whereas.
1 vote in favour.
Mariamino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Aruna Williams' tabled amendment to insert new clause 4B to require monitoring and reporting on compliance and market impacts be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. Noes have it. Party vote's been called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Tāku Te Whereas.
1 vote in favour.
Mariamino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question's not agreed. Aruna Williams' tabled amendment to insert a new clause 4C to implement an equity review of the standard is out of order as being outside the scope of the bill. The question is that Aruna Williams' tabled amendment to insert a new clause 4D to require an annual review of clean vehicle system outcomes be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. Noes have it. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand. 11 votes opposed. New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Tāku Te Whereas.
1 vote in favour.
Marimeno Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. Question is that Arana Williams' tabled amendment to insert a new clause 4E to require monitoring and reporting on importer participation in the system be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no.
No.
Noes have it. Party votes being called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand. 11 votes opposed. New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Tāku Te Whereas.
1 vote in favour.
Marimeno Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. Question is that Arana Williams' tabled amendment to insert a new clause 4F to require an access review relating to clean vehicle availability be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no.
No.
Noes have it. Party votes being called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand. 11 votes opposed. New Zealand
8
First.
votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Tāku Te Whereas.
1 vote in favour.
Marimeno Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question's not agreed. Arana Williams' tabled amendment to clause 5 relating to determining weight-adjusted targets by order in council is out of order as not being in the correct form of legislation. I'm just going to read out the next vote and then I'm going to swap chairs while the clerk is taking the vote, just so you know what's going on. The question is that Arana Williams' tabled amendment to clause 5 relating to a quarterly summary of clean vehicle activity be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no.
No.
The noes have it. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Tāku Te Whereas.
1 vote in favour.
Marimeno Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Arana Williams' tabled amendment to clause 5 relating to reporting on light vehicle fleet changes be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no.
No. Noes have it.
The noes have it. Party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct the party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Whiris.
1 vote in favour.
Maria Meno Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Anina Williams tabled amendment to clause 5 relating to reporting on affordability and availability of light vehicles be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. The ayes have it. Party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Whiris.
1 vote in favour.
Maria Meno Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Arena Williams tabled amendment to clause 5 related to transparency reporting on the clean vehicle credit system be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. 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 The noes have it. The ayes have it. Party vote's been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Whiris.
1 vote in favour.
Maria Meno Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Arena Williams tabled amendment to clause 5 relating to reporting on fleet transition and vehicle market trends be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. 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 The noes have it. Party vote's been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Whiris.
1 vote in favour.
Maria Meno Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. Arena Williams tabled amendment to clause 5 relating to equity and affordability reporting as out of order as being outside the scope of the bill. The question is that Arena Williams tabled amendment to insert new clause 7A related to establishing a class of small volume importers be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no.
No. Noes have it.
The noes have it. A party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Whiris.
1 vote in favour.
Maria Meno Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. Dr. Lawrence Zunan's table amendment to clause 6, replacing 4 years with 3.5 years, is out of order as being inconsistent with the previous decision of the committee. Honourable Julianne Genter's table amendment to clause 6, replacing 4 years with 2 years, is out of order as being inconsistent with the previous decision of the committee. The question is that Aotearoa Williams' table amendment to insert new clause 7A relating to regulations to support small volume importers be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no.
No.
The noes have it. Party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct the party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Wheres.
1 vote in favour.
Maia Mino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Aotearoa Williams' table amendment to insert new clause 7A related to regulations to support low volume importers be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Wheres.
1 vote in favour.
Maria Mino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Aotearoa Williams' table amendment to insert new clause 7A relating to regulations to support occasional importers be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Wheres.
1 vote in favour.
Maria Mino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Aotearoa Williams' table amendment to insert new clause 7A relating to regulations to support smaller importers be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 against.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Wheres.
1 vote in favour.
Maria Mino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Aotearoa Williams' table amendment to insert new clause 7A relating to transitional arrangements for low volume importers be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct the vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Tāku Te Wheres.
1 vote in favour.
Māori Meno Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Aotearoa Williams table amendment to clause 8, paragraph 1, to delete or a light vehicle importer who imports used vehicles be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no.
No. No, sir.
The noes have it. Party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Tāku Te Wheres.
1 vote in favour.
Māori Meno Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that the Honourable Julianne Genter's tabled amendment to insert new subclause 1A and clause 8 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. The party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct the party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Tāku Te Wheres.
1 vote in favour.
Māori Meno Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Honourable Julianne Genter's table amendment to insert new subclause brackets 2A and clause 8 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no.
No. No, sir.
The noes have it. Party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct the party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Tāku Te Wheres.
1 vote in favour.
Māori Meno Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Aotearoa Williams table amendment to clause 8 brackets 3, new section 180 brackets 3 to insert the transferor must satisfy themselves that the transfer will not disincentivise the transferee to import clean and efficient vehicles and be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no.
No. Noes have it.
The noes have it. Party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct the party vote.
Good job on that.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Tāku Te Wheres.
1 vote in favour.
Maria Meno Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Arena Williams tabled amendment to clause 8 bracket 3 new section 180 bracket 3 to insert the transfer rule must be satisfied that the transfer is enabling the importation of efficient clean light vehicles and does not have an impact on the emissions of the transferee's vehicle fleet and be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Tāku Te Wheres.
1 vote in favour.
Maria Meno Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Arena Williams table amendment to clause 8 bracket 3 new section 180 bracket 3 to replace the words after must be with made on conditions set by order in council after 1st of January 2027 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Tāku Te Wheres.
1 vote in favour.
Maria Meno Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that the Honourable Julianne Genter's tabled amendment to clause 8 bracket 3 replacing 2 credits with 1.5 credits in each instance be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Tāku Te Wheres.
1 vote in favour.
Maria Meno Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Dr. Lawrence Unan's table amendment to insert new subclause brackets 1A and clause 9 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Tāku Te Wheres.
1 vote in favour.
Maria Meno Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Dr. Lawrence Zunan's table amendment to insert new subclause, brackets 2A and clause 9 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. The party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct the party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Wheres.
1 vote in favour.
Māori Mino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Arena Williams' table amendment to clause 9 brackets 3 new section 184 brackets 3 to insert the transferor must satisfy themselves that the transfer will not disincentivise the transferee to import clean and efficient cars and be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Wheres.
1 vote in favour.
Māori Mino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Arena Williams' table amendment to clause 9 brackets 3 new section 184 brackets 3 to replace the words after must be with made on conditions set by order in council after the 1st of January 2027 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. The party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Could you repeat that?
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Wheres.
1 vote in favour.
Māori Mino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Dr. Lawrence Zunan's table amendment to clause 9 brackets 3 replacing 2 credits with 1.5 credits in each instance be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No.
Noes have it.
The noes have it. The party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Wheres.
1 vote in favour.
Māori Mino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Arena Williams' table amendment to insert new clause 10 relating to the annual publication of credit system ratings be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Tāku Te Wheres.
1 vote in favour.
Mariamino Kapaki.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Arena Williams tabled amendment to insert new clause 10 relating to an annual statement on the clean vehicle system be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no.
No.
The noes have it. The party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Tāku Te Wheres.
1 vote in favour.
Mariamino Kapaki.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Arena Williams tabled amendment to insert new clause 10 relating to the publication of future settings for the clean vehicle system be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no.
No.
The noes have it. The party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Tāku Te Wheres.
1 vote in favour.
Mariamino Kapaki.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Arena Williams table amendment to insert new clause 10 relating to an annual outline of clean vehicle system changes be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Tāku Te Wheres.
1 vote in favour.
Mariamino Kapaki.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Arena Williams table amendment to insert new clause 11 related to the quarterly publication of total charges be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no.
No.
The noes have it. The party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Tāku Te Wheres.
1 vote in favour.
Mariamino Kapaki.
1 vote in favour.
ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Aotearoa Williams table amendment to insert new clause 11 related to the quarterly publication of clean vehicle activities totals be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Tāku Te Whereas.
1 vote in favour.
Maria Meno Kapaki.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Aotearoa Williams table amendment to insert new clause 12 relating to a minimum notice period for changes to credit system settings be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Tāku Te Whereas.
1 vote in favour.
Maria Meno Kapaki.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Aotearoa Williams table amendment to insert new clause 12 relating to a required notice period for operational changes be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. The party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct the party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Tāku Te Whereas.
1 vote in favour.
Maria Meno Kapaki.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Part 1, as amended, stand part. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
Act New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes opposed.
Tāku Te Whereas.
1 vote opposed.
Maria Meno Kapaki.
1 vote opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The question is agreed to. Members, we now come to Part 2. Part 2, this is a debate on clauses 10 to 12, consequential amendments to land transport, clean vehicle standard regulations 2022. The question is that Part 2 stand part.
Mr. Chair.
The Honourable James Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, welcome to Part 2, and I'm glad to see that Mr. Menendez March never skips leg day with the amount of up and down there. So congratulations on those votes. We come to Part 2. Part 2 is the consequential amendments to Land Transport Clean Vehicle Standard Regulations 2022. It makes amendments to the regulations to align with the amendments made and agreed to in Part 1. It's such a small part that it's almost worth reading it out word for word. Clause 10 outlines that the principal regulations, sections 11 and 12, amend the Land Transport Clean Vehicle Standard Regulations 2022. Clause 11 lets us know that Regulation 3 is amended. That's the interpretation section. It says that Regulation 3 definition of expiry date replaces 3 years with 4 years, and that's quite helpful because that aligns with the change that we've just made in Clause 6. And then, of course, we've got Clause 12, which amends Regulation 17, which is the procedure and requirements for transferring carbon dioxide credits between accounts. And it says in Regulation 17, sub 3B, replace 3 years with 4 years. So 3 very straightforward clauses which gives effect to the change made in previous part. There are some amendment papers on the table that I think are worth very quickly traversing. As I mentioned before, those amendment papers that are inconsistent with government policy won't be supported by the government, I think for obvious reasons. There is one from Aotearoa Williams at 3:15:20 on the 19th of November, which seeks to replace the term 4 years with 3 years in what looks like one mouth, but I assume that's 1 month. The issue with that is that it then means that the statute, which will say 4 years, would be inconsistent with the regulations, which would then say 3 years and 1 month. So for consistency's sake, you would keep the statute consistent with the regulations. Otherwise, the chair of the Regulations Review Committee would be all over us like a hot rash, and we wouldn't want that. There are a number of other amendments to Part 2 that Aotearoa Williams has moved. I actually think it's just worth putting on the record to the public about what some of those amendments contain, just so they know, the extent to which the opposition are taking this very, very seriously, I'm sure. So one of those amendments is to replace 4 years with 1,095 days. Another amendment is to replace 4 years with 26,280 hours. Another is to replace 4 years with 156 weeks. And I think one of the ones that is most impressive in terms of the mathematical ability of Ms Williams is the one at 3:15:25, replace the term 4 years with 94,608,600 seconds. Now, we won't be supporting those amendments because we think not only are they quite frivolous, they're just quite frivolous. I'm sure there are some worthy amendments somewhere that are running around, but in terms of those ones, we won't be supporting them at all.
Yeah, I am taking my first call out and I want to go straight to Clause 12. I'd also like to preface my contribution to say the reason I haven't been in the House is I have been upstairs working furiously through the RIS, which is an incredibly important document to enable us to scrutinise what is a highly technical bill, and a bill that includes an amendment this morning that has quite a few changes in it. Without the RIS, we have not been able to do that effectively. Clause 12 gives us that opportunity to do it because Clause 12 has a fundamental impact on the system in that it basically moves the system from annual compliance to multi-year smoothing. It encourages importers to bank and skim compliance obligations, and that does raise questions which we have not been able to interrogate properly because we've not had the regulatory impact statement to support that, and there are a number of other things. So we will move through it, but other colleagues, including my colleague Helen White, has been doing the same thing. I understand Tracy McClellan has. So we want this opportunity, Mr Chair, to be able to ask. There are 14 specified risks that have not been able to come out. Now, just to give you some context to this, I worked on this bill late last night. I looked for the latest update of the RIS. I couldn't find it anywhere online. I was told, I was watching the proceedings in the House this morning, as it was about to come down to contribute very early, and heard the Minister quite glibly say, oh, there's one on its way. When we look at the 18-page document and we look at page 3, there's even annotations in red in the side of the document that make it almost look like a draft. It has been produced in a hurry. I went and checked with the House clerk to make sure it wasn't anything to do with me not being able to find the document, and they confirmed that even though this is dated a few days ago, there can be issues with the links, and they could not confirm that the RIS would be available. Now, I can say hand on heart that I had not seen it till this morning. So I just want to point out, first of all, although the Minister says that Clause 12 is technical, given some of the issues, the impact of it is not technical and is worthy of scrutiny, because what it does is it amends Regulation 17, which is around credit expiry and use, and Regulation 17 governs how credits expire, how they can be applied across years, the hierarchy of credit usage and transferability rules. And what can happen is there can be penalty interactions, there can be a retroactive application to existing credits, which is really unusual in regulatory design, and it's quite easy for the Minister to sort of say, oh, this is just about regulations, when we know that regulations are worthy of scrutiny, particularly in a rushed process like this, and particularly where they could have a retrospective impact, which is what has been raised in the RIS, because suddenly credits previously set to expire in 2025-26 now suddenly remain valid until 2028 or beyond. And so the fact that it does have retrospectivity is a problem. It's also potentially inconsistent because it's not amended precisely to reflect the new 178.3, and so there could be actually statute or regulation clash grounds for challenge, and so that makes it administratively weak under law. So I'm going to ask some questions specifically on that, and then if I may, Mr Chair, I may take another call just to point out the 14 specific risks that have come up in the RIS now that in the last couple of hours we have been able to actually see it, and some of them are have quite a lot of public interest. So my first direct question on Clause 12 is, has Waka Kotahi run systems simulations to ensure that amending Regulation 17 will not cause credit accounting errors? This goes to the amendments that my colleague Arana Williams had suggested, which was to get much more precise modelling so that there could actually be some evidence base, because at the moment we are having to rely on the Minister's assurance that all his numbers stack up. The second question, how will Regulation 17 deal with multi-year bridging credits, especially those generated before 2026? Does the retroactive application of the extended expiry breach any principle of regulatory predictability, and is he concerned about that, Mr Chair? Thank you. Has Crown Law confirmed that extending the life of existing credits is legally safe, and is it consistent with the Zero Carbon Act budgeting framework? And my fifth question is, does the Ministry accept that Regulation 17's amendment effectively weakens the constraint that the CVS was designed to impose year by year? So that is looking at one of the first risks that has come up in the RIS, and my colleagues will be asking more detailed questions, but that is around the gaming of the system, essentially. So there are 14 risks. There's the gaming of the system. There's the surge of high-emitting vehicles, which has been mentioned. This one, I think, is maybe why the Minister was trying to get us out of the House so quickly, is a specific risk that mentions potentially higher fuel costs for New Zealanders of $115 million. There are the potential for increased national emissions. There are perverse incentives. Now, Julian Genter managed to ask a question about that, but without having the analysis of the RIS and being able to interrogate further, it is absolutely a valid point, and I think she should be given, and my colleagues should be given the chance to actually look at what is the real risk of those perverse incentives and what will the outcomes be. Are they medium risks with high impacts, in which case should we be taking this gamble? We have other risks around reduced fuel savings and our emissions reduction pledges. We haven't even touched on equity and fairness, and that seems to be a continual theme in this House, Mr Chair. We have, for communities that are going to be impacted by this, and the Minister himself has tried to suggest that this is helping ordinary New Zealanders, and it's only those who are in a privileged position who are going to going to have to worry about it. In fact, the RIS would suggest the opposite, and this side of the House is very interested in equity and fairness, particularly when it's hidden in regulations. We see a risk around the declining value of credits. Now, why on earth would we have a regulatory system that purports to support a bill that actually makes the value of credits decline, which ultimately also could lead to higher vehicle prices? It flies in the face of what this government has said that it is trying to do. And I can provide a couple of quotes from some of the ministers who have talked about our emissions trading scheme and how we're wanting to meet our climate targets. I mean, Christopher Luxon said that post-Cabinet in April 2024. We remain absolutely committed to meeting climate targets. Simon Watts said on Radio New Zealand will not step back from its climate commitments. And yet we see hidden in the regulations and the impact of the regulations through the lack of modelling and through this amendment paper that was dropped at the 11th hour, which is very, very technical, and we did not have the facility of the RIS to be able to understand what its impact was, including with the regulations. We are seeing a bill that is flying in the face of our climate commitments and in what the government says it intends to uphold. We also see risks, Mr Chair, about the slower uptake of lower emissions, about the potential restriction of the supply of vehicles that have cleaner emissions, and also there is a risk created by the undermining of the system by the provision of interim relief. There have been no questions on that because we were not able to look at the RIS and understand that actually was a risk. How big is the risk of that interim relief? So this comes down to the incomplete modelling. And we do have technical questions on the RIS, but also, Mr Chair, just to pinpoint on clauses 10 and 11 as well, which may sound quite technical, but have only come to our attention and are the result of the architecture of the regulatory system that this second part of the bill brings into place. So although the Minister might like to look bored and act like this is all very technical, I think that New Zealanders, when they understand that this has been so rushed, that we've had the most important document really for our ability to scrutinise properly as the opposition dropped onto the table during the debate, that we now have the opportunity to get some real answers to the Minister about the modelling and about the unintended consequences of some of the maths that we are seeing come up through the RIS.
Thank you. Before the Minister takes a call as well, I do take the point about the late publishing of the RIS statement, and that is noted. But I want to encourage the House to actually focus on this particular section in part 2 as well. We do have a minister here who can answer your questions. So if you have been going through the RIS and you do have questions, I would ask you to focus on those questions and hopefully that will encourage engagement from the Minister, the Honourable James Mager.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Just in response to the member's 10 minutes contribution, she raised a number of questions. I'll get some advice on some of the specific ones, but a couple that were mentioned in there were around is this inconsistent with the Act? I'll point the member to, and I should have done this at the top actually, to the amendment paper AP number 444, which actually does make some amendments to Part 2 as well. And that amendment paper does directly cross-reference to the Act to ensure that consistency, so that should resolve that. In terms of retrospectivity, there is no retrospectivity in the bill. The changes will apply to current valid credits as at the date of commencement. It doesn't reach back in time to credits which may have been used or not used before that point, or cashed in before that point. In terms of the risks mentioned in the RIS, they are related to the amendment paper, not the change in Clause 12, which actually refers to Clause 6 of the original bill. The government's position on this is that the benefit for New Zealand consumers outweighs the risks, and it is therefore a change worth making.
Helen White.
Thank you. I just want to first of all take up the point about retrospectivity. Am I right, Minister, when I as I understand it, the price for the credits currently, if people hold a lot of those credits, they will plummet in their value in the time period. They'll plummet dramatically from over $60 to $15. And that if I look at page 16 of the RIS, at paragraph 51, I get the following statement. However, 2,895,929,000 of these credits available for offsetting were issued in 2023 and under the current settings will expire during the period where the value is reduced. So that is a whole lot of credits where the market assumed certainty and now that won't be the case. They will be holding credits which of much lesser value during that time. I'd like to have an answer to that question. I wanted to note, when I was going through the RIS, I thought it was deeply ironic that the key vehicle importer stakeholders got this policy detail and they were able to provide comment on it, and it's seen as shaping the view. We haven't been given that same respect. Neither has the New Zealand public, and that is a lobby group. That is a group with power, and I'd like the Minister's comment on that part. That is at paragraph 45 of the RIS. Why would the Minister consult with a lobby group, which is an importer of vehicles, get comment and shape policy in that way? Is that a safe thing to do? What kinds of checks and balances are in the system?
Can I ask the House to bring your questions to the
go
very
to
specific...
the impact on clauses 10, 11 and 12 and to look at that. I think that very relevant in the RIS are the paragraphs at 48, which are about credit deficits and credit surpluses, and that will result in additional fuel costs and emissions in 2050. That's an incredibly important point, and it relates to this part of the Act in that way. It says that that's the part that I was quoting in terms of the change in value of those credits. So that's important, and we don't know a lot about those additional fuel costs. And this is a bit that probably most alarmed me in what I read. It said, so we go through at 52, the key rationale for the standard is the fuel savings and emissions reductions it provides. Modelling estimates that by suspending the charge rate of a standard as per option 4, New Zealand would spend an extra $115 million on fuel between 2026 and 2050. With this proposal, $69 million of which would be spent in the first 10 years. The transport sector would produce an additional 83 kilotonnes of CO2 emissions between 2026 and 2050, of which 28 and 23 kilotonnes of CO2 would be produced in the emissions budget periods 2 and 3 respectively. So I'd like to know what work has been done on that. But this was the bit that got me. Due to time constraints, this analysis was unable to model the impacts on fuel savings and emissions reduction for reducing the charges rate in options 2 and 3. However, it is likely the extra fuel costs and additional emissions would be similar or higher or lower than that estimated for option 4 above. Due to time constraints, we don't actually know. We haven't modelled the fuel savings. Is that correct? And I was also interested in this little footnote about how
Mr.
Honourable James Maker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Look, just a question around retrospectivity. The bill doesn't apply retrospectively, so for something to apply retrospectively, it would say that it would reach back into the credits or charges incurred by an individual prior to the commencement date and say, well, we're going to retrospectively hit you with a penalty or provide you a refund for those credits. So it applies to from the day going forward. So if you cash in your credits today, it'll be at the price before the bill passes. If you cash the credits in at the day after commencement, then it'll be at the new price. So it doesn't apply retrospectively. That's not what it means in the situation. Just on the question around why would a minister consult with people involved in the industry to see whether this is a good idea? That is the way that government and ministers make decisions. They consult with experts and people in the industry to determine whether or not the policy change is worth pursuing, what impact it might have, what the costs and benefits are. And I would encourage the member to talk to her colleagues about the tens, hundreds, if not thousands of industry advocates, association groups, NGOs, lobbyists, organisations, unions that ministers for decades and decades have consulted with in order to make sure that their policy lands in the right space. And this finally, again, the member brings up, I think for the third time this debate, the fuel savings or the offset of fuel savings. So as she pointed out, the officials estimate that the temporary charges will reduce projected fuel savings by $115 million. That, as mentioned twice before, that is offset by avoiding about $264 million in net charges passed on to consumers in higher vehicle prices. By my very quick maths, fifth form maths, that makes a net benefit to consumers of $149 million to the system.
Yeah, before I take the next call, just to remind people, this is part 2 and consequential amendments to the Land Transport Regulations 2022, and I do understand that you people have the RIS now, but if people can relate their questions about the RIS to this very specific part, the House would appreciate that. The Honourable Gillian Genter.
Tēnā koe, Mr. Chair. My comments relate to Part 2, Clause 11 and 12. This part extends the ability of the people who have credits for those credits to remain credits. And in the RIS, it says that there's a risk, this is in paragraph 57 of the RIS, that says that there's a risk here in stockpiling of credits. So earlier in this debate, the government went ahead and amended the bills so that the charge rates are lower for 2026 and 2027, massively reduced the charges for bringing in more polluting vehicles, and at the same time, now in this part, in Clause 11 and 12, they're extending the period of time that people can hold credits for 2 years beyond that. Up until 2028 or 4 years after they get the credits. And I don't understand how these two working together don't completely undermine the goal of encouraging and supporting the industry to import more low emissions and zero emissions vehicles. So I guess my question is, will the minister consider my amendment paper, and hold on, I don't have the exact, I have a table, we have some tabled amendments that would change it to 2 years rather than 4 years. This is Clause 11 and 12. It would be helpful to understand from the government's point of view how we're going to achieve the goal of reducing emissions from the vehicle fleet when the combination of these two changes is to make it easier for the industry, and particularly the new vehicle industry, to bring in more highly polluting brand new vehicles which will be on the road for 20 years, therefore still putting out emissions in 15 years' time, higher than what they would have if we had effective policies to incentivize more low and zero emissions vehicles. We're falling behind the rest of the world, where our targets in 2026 are lower than that of China, the United States, the United Kingdom, Canada, South Korea, and the EU, and Australia. So we're falling behind Australia on this, and we have a much lower charge rate because of the amendments that were just passed in the previous part of this bill. So What is the rationale in extending the credits to 4 years as opposed to 2? Doesn't that mean that there can be stockpiling of credits over the next 2 years, which then again slows the uptake of lower emissions vehicles and means more highly polluting vehicles coming into the country in 2027, 2028 than otherwise would be the case? And it doesn't appear that any real modelling or climate impact has been done to see what that impact is. Finally, the Minister just now in his contribution said it's completely normal, this is how his government does it, they consult with industry. Did they consult at all with the Climate Commission or any independent climate policy experts to get a balanced point of view and not simply the point of view of the industry in whose interest it is to continue profiting off higher margin, higher polluting vehicles, which is completely at odds with New Zealand's interest in reducing fossil fuel consumption, which it saves money for New Zealanders and helps us meet our climate targets, which is a non-negotiable. It's something we have to do. Yeah, those are my questions.
Madam Chair, sorry.
The Honourable James Meagher.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Look, the questions the member is putting relate to the substance of the policy which was dealt with in Part 1, particularly around Clause 6. Just for clarity of the House, the Part 2 provides consequential amendments to the regulations, and so therefore happy to take questions on whether or not amending regulations is the right thing to do or why we're amending the regulations. But the purpose of the regulation amendment is to align with the changes already accepted by the House in Part 1. So that is where the substance of the policy was discussed and debated at length. And I'm not sure what more can be said on a part that we've already progressed through. Now, in terms of how do you reduce emissions in the vehicle fleet? Well, you ensure that it's part of the comprehensive and capped ETS system, whereby emissions budgets are set for 5-year periods, where there is a sinking lid for emissions over time. And so therefore, if the market or consumers or drivers choose to drive more vehicles or longer kilometres, and that increases the number of vehicle emissions, then that will decrease the emissions available for other sectors to emit through NZUs. So over time, the balance of NZUs drops in the ETS, and it's not a fantasy. It is quite literally how the law works, that was put in place and supported by subsequent governments. And if previous governments wanted to change that law, they should have changed it. They should have brought millions of carbon credits and shredded them, but they didn't, because they believe in the ETS like we believe in the ETS, and we think it's the powerful and comprehensive tool to meet our emissions reductions and make sure that we meet our obligations across the world, so that we can have a balance between the needs of working New Zealanders who get out there every day, drive their vehicles, go to work, clean the offices, grow the fruit and veggies, pour the lattes, put together the bicycles, clean the roads, sweep the streets, and all the things that they do, grinding every day, day in, day out, so that we can come here to Parliament and debate very sensible amendments to the Land Transport Clean Vehicle Standard Amendment Bill.
Carlos Chung.
I move that debate on this question now close.
I've been listening to the debate, and this is quite a narrow part in Part 2, but there are amendment papers that I understand may not have been addressed, so I'll look forward to hearing some of those. Tangi Utukiri.
Kia ora, thank you, Madam Chair. It's my pleasure as Labour's Transport spokesperson to take my first call on Part 2. Madam Chair, I agree with you that there are some amendment papers here. One actually is in the name of the Minister that I do have some questions about. Essentially, Part 2 looks to incorporate the vehicle, I guess, by which the changes from Part 1 can be given effect. And I have had a chance to look at the regulations, the 2022 regulations, and the impact if the committee was to effectively take on board the amendments in the Minister's amendment paper. What I find interesting, Madam Chair, is that the Select Committee in its report didn't really make changes to any of the aspects in relation to Part 2. A lot of the changes from the Select Committee were in Part 1, all of them were, and in Part 2 it's as was reported back. So the Select Committee, after hearing from the community determined that no changes were required for Part 2. What we now have in front of us, though, is an amendment paper in the name of the Minister that effectively makes some changes. So that is what I would like to focus my questions to the Minister about. And in particular, I want to look at Clause 11. Clause 11 is basically looking at this issue of the expiry date and the definitions. And we've heard many times in this House that definitions are important. And while the committee saw no need to change effectively what is defined as the expiry date, what was already in the Regulation 3 was that it would be replaced from 3 years to 4 years. That was put before the Select Committee. The Select Committee by majority agreed to that. But what we now have is a potential change from the government to effectively modify that. Now, the first question I have for the Minister is, given his reference to the RIS, and I'm not going to go into the RIS, but there has been a reflection that has been made about the fact that in that document there is clearly an annotation in the column that indicates that this is some feedback from industry participants. Now, it's really interesting, I think, for the committee to get an understanding of what extent industry participants have actually informed the Minister's desire to make this change. We haven't heard about we have heard around some of the rationale behind changes to clauses 11 and 12 in Amendment Paper 444, but what we haven't actually heard from the government is to what effect there was any consultation that was taken by the Minister. Did industry participants have any impact on the Minister's desire to bring this proposed change to the committee? I think that is entirely reasonable to expect a response on. The other one, Madam Chair, is in relation to the definition around the date. So Part 2, Clause 11, talks about the 3 years with 4 years. Now, we just assume that is in relation to a financial year or a calendar year. It would be helpful if the Minister, perhaps that is already identified in a definition in the Principal Act, but we have previously talked about the applicability of when things would kick in and when they wouldn't. My final question is on the proposed change in the Amendment Paper 444 to Clause 12. So this is in relation to Regulation 17 of the regs, where there would be a change around how things could be transferred between accounts. So this bill, yes, will give effect, or an ability really, for changes to be made between different credit holders, and that's why it's in the bill now around the difference between the used and the new vehicles. But, Minister, is that simply just a indication that the transfer is purely transactional, or are there other considerations that we should read into that? Because the committee didn't see a need to initiate a change in this space, and given the government has a majority on the committee, it could have if it wished to. Now we have this landed, yesterday. It would be helpful to understand what actually is the rationale behind the transfer component. Is that purely a transactional thing that gives effect to the earlier provisions in Part 1, or is there a little bit more to be read into that?
Madam Chair.
The Honourable James Meagher.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Look, the reason that there are new clauses 11 and 12 in the amendment paper is because the amendment paper also amended Clause 6, and the Committee of the Whole has just agreed on that amendment to change Section 178 sub 3 of the Principal Act to no longer refer to 3 years or 4 years, but instead refer to, and the member can read it, it's under Clause 6. So the purposes of Clause 11 and 12 is to update the wording in the original bill to refer to the expiry date in Section 1783 in both 11 and 12 to reflect the amendments that have already been made. So the purpose of these two clauses are to update the regulations to reflect the substantive policy decisions which have already been made and discussed in Part 1. Just further to the member's point, I don't know what the point really is that he's trying to make, but simply because a select committee agrees or doesn't agree or recommends or doesn't recommend something, doesn't mean that the committee or the minister can't put amendments forward. And if the member thinks otherwise, then I assume he'll be asking his colleague to withdraw her amendments, because I don't think the Select Committee considered, for example, whether they should amend, replace the term 4 years with the term 94,608,600 seconds. I think if the member wants his colleague to withdraw all her amendments based on the idea that the Select Committee didn't refer to that, then I'm happy for him to do so.
I'm torn. Arana Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Really appreciate the opportunity to take my first call on this part. It is about the expiry date. This is an important reflection of the policy positions which the government has taken here around extending for those importers who hold large accounts, either in deficit or in the positive, about how they can use those and how they can transfer them, because this extension further kicks down the road the ability to continue to essentially rest on the market conditions which were at play a couple of years ago, where there was strong uptake, consumers were able to claim the rebate, and there were also better economic conditions, so a number of importers have sort of banked credits from that time. The impact of that, though, is that for this period to be extended is that the current requirement for importers to more stridently balance up their accounts by looking for more products to import which are cleaner, materially changes. It's not available to us who that impacts the most. So in the information that's been prepared by the government, the impact of this extension from 3 years to 4 years it's not clear sort of which importers are impacted by this, or whether they are large importers or small importers, but my guess would be that the larger importers are benefited by this, and I would like to know from the Minister whether this has a material impact that is financially positive for those importers who are most who have a detrimental impact by the reduction in price. And my question there is around, it's well understood now, following on from part one, that those accounts that many of the large importers have, perhaps say you might imagine Toyota in your mind when you're considering this, they will be in positive now, but they will effectively, if there is 6 million in their covered account that was in the positive, now it is worth 1.5 million. That is a substantial reduction, but to be able to use it out for an extra year might have a material impact on their financial position. So I'm asking the Minister to help us to understand, are those things meant to balance out, or is this simply something for the benefit of those large importers, which doesn't actually impact on their financial position overall, and do they continue to suffer a detriment because of this policy? It is not retrospective, it is retroactive. It has a retroactive effect on assets which have been accrued by those importers, and that they have an account which they can see on a screen somewhere on a spreadsheet, which goes from a value that is a high value now and will drop down to essentially a quarter of what it was when this comes into effect. But they will be able to use it for longer, so what impact does that have on their financial position? The other question I have about this extension from 3 years to 4 years, and the Minister has noted one of my amendments which makes it clearer about what exactly the extension applies to and the time period it applies to, because that year-by-year accounting at the moment has material impact on any given vehicle that was imported and how you're offsetting it and to what transaction you can offset it against. And that has an impact on changing economic conditions, because if we expect more people to be buying in the next year cars that can offset against what exists in the account of any given importer now, or traded between any given importer now, then the time needs to be clear. And that 4 years doesn't seem to me to be very clear when you have a number of these transactions happening on any given day and the need to account for each one. And I'll bring the Minister's attention to page 3 of the RIS that was presented last night. around the policy aims that the government says it has around stability of the system and predictability of the system. It goes to the broader point that the law should be known and knowable. If the setting is 4 years, it's quite difficult for people to predict exactly when the account should occur. This would have been a legitimate point to raise in the last amendment to this as well, because in that formulation of years, there's still, there is still some vagueness around that, and it would be useful because it does make a material difference to when people buy products, when consumers buy products, and when these transactions occur.
Madam Chair.
The Honourable James Meagher.
Madam Chair, I'll take the points in reverse order. The idea that amending the term 4 years to 94,608,600 seconds would provide individuals with clarity and certainty is an interesting one. It's not one we support, and assuming that the amendment paper number 444 is accepted by the House would also be inconsistent with the decision of the House. So it's up to the clerks, of course, but may well be out of order because of them being inconsistent with that previous decision. Look, the points the member raises are all very interesting in terms of the substance of the policy and the RIS, etc. But unfortunately, the House has already determined the question of what the substantive policy is or should be when it considered Part 1. These clauses 11, 12, 10, 11, 12 amend regulations to give effect to decisions that we have made in Part 1. The analysis of the clause is amendments, if you're looking at the bill, 3 years to 4 years, or if you're looking at the amendment paper, definition of the expiry date to align it with the new meaning under section 1783. That is what the regulations, this is what this part of the bill too, this is what part 2 does. It amends regulations to give effect to the substantive policy which we have already discussed. For completeness in the time I've got left and to make sure that I haven't inadvertently missed out anything that members may have raised in the past 3 or 4 contributions. Again, consultation was undertaken with MIA and VIA. It was technical to understand the impact of any temporary changes. They are best placed to answer questions on technical matters and impacts on industry. My instinct is they probably did not express a view on the framing of the wording in Clause 11 and 12 to make it consistent with the amendments in Clause 6. I've addressed the part about year. Finally, on the Select Committee's recommendations by majority recommended that further review of changes to the standard will be made, which is what the government's doing. There's a report back by June 2026. And to, I think it was Ingrid Leary's, no, it might have been Helen White's points around price of credits. I'm advised that the maximum trading price of credits will reduce in 26 and 27 in line with the charges, but the government policy is to extend the life of credits to 31 December 2028 so that no credits expire during the reduced charge period.
Tim Costley.
This question now close?
The question is that debate on this question now close. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. A party vote's called for, Mr Clark.
New Zealand National, 49 votes in favour. New Zealand Labour,
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand,
15 votes opposed.
ACT New Zealand,
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First,
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori,
4 votes opposed.
Takuta Ferris,
1 vote opposed.
Mariamino Kapakingi,
1 vote opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The question is agreed to. The question is that the Minister's amendment to Part 2 set out on AP number 444 be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. Party vote, Mr Clark.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori. Taikuta Ferris.
1 vote opposed. In favour. Wait, no. I missed it. What were we doing?
Sorry. 1 vote opposed.
Yeah.
Mariamino Kapakingi.
1 vote opposed.
Madam Chair.
Actually, can I correct that vote? Sorry, it's 4 votes opposed for Te Pāti Māori. Yes.
Maybe a little less of this.
Sorry, I was like, oh, shit.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The question is agreed to. Arana Williams' tabled amendments to clauses 11 and 12 are out of order as being inconsistent with a previous decision of the committee. Honourable Julianne Gent has tabled amendments to clauses 11 and 12 are out of order as being inconsistent with a previous decision of the committee. Dr Lawrence Zunan's tabled amendments to clauses 11 and 12 are out of order as being inconsistent with a previous decision of the committee. The question is that Part 2 as amended stand part. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, no. The noes have it. A party vote's called for, Mr Clark.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes opposed.
Taikuta Ferris.
1 vote opposed.
Mariamino Kapakingi.
1 vote opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The question is agreed to. The question is that the Minister's amendment inserting the new schedule set out on AP number 444 be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, no.
Ayes have it.
The ayes have it. The party vote's called for, Mr Clark.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes opposed.
Taikuta Ferris.
1 vote opposed.
Mariamino Kapakingi.
1 vote opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The question is agreed to. Members, we now come to our final debate, which is clauses 1 to 3, title, commencement and principal act.
Madam Chair.
The Honourable James Meager.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Clauses 1, 2, 3, title, commencement, principal act. I couldn't have said it better myself, Madam Chair. This part of the bill does 3 things. It sets out the title of the bill, title of the act, to be fair, and that the act title will be called the Land Transport Clean Vehicle Standard Amendment Act number 2, 2025. Clause 2 sets out the commencement date of the Act. That commencement date will be 1 January 2026. That is required so that we can get the system in force in time. And we won't be accepting any amendments to change the commencement date for that very purpose. And Clause 3 outlines the Principal Act, and it lets the public know what is the Act that this bill amends, and the name of that Act is the Land Transport Act 1998. Now, I know there are a number of amendments on the table, some of which make an attempt to possibly improve the bill, some of which are frivolous and quite rude, really. There's one there from 31504, which says in Clause 3 after 1998, insert comma, widely agreed to be an arcane tangle of Byzantine regulations which is difficult to amend. I mean, the public can take what they want from those kinds of amendments. I look at other kinds of amendments, for example, the one done at 1050-28, removal of clean car standards, that's not what it does. 1050-29, no clean car standards, that's not what it does, although it's quite clever, replacing number 2 with no clean car standards. I'll give you points for trying. There's one there from 1050 31, trying to insert an additional line at the end of Clause 1 saying this Act forms part of a series of amendments to the clean vehicle system. I'm not sure I've seen that at the end of a title before, certainly novel, but it's not something that we would support. Another amendment by Aotearoa Williams to replace the commencement date is 10/50/32. We don't support that, as I've mentioned before. One from Aotearoa Williams, 10/50/33. Trying to change the commencement date to be a date set as determined by Order in Council. We don't think that's necessary. We prefer the certainty of 1 January 2026. Similarly, with 10/50/34, we prefer 2026 rather than 2030. There's a further one, 10/50/35. Aotearoa Williams would like to say that the Act may be brought into force in stages by Order in Council. I think that only increasingly complicates the system, and we want to have legislation which is clear so that people have certainty about these kinds of things. And then there are a couple of other amendments by Dr. Junan which mimic, I think, Aotearoa Williams' amendments as well. But just in general, we don't support those amendments. We think that we've got it pretty bang on with those three very short, concise amendments, and I look forward to their passage after some rigorous debate.
Ingrid Leary.
Chair, I'd like to take my call after our spokesperson, just to signal, since the Minister himself brought up what's unusual and what's usual in the titles of bills, that my comments and questions will be around how the purpose of the original bill relates to the title. It is a technical question, and therefore I think it's more appropriate to lead with our spokesperson with his questions and then come back to that, if I may, Madam Chair.
So you're standing up to speak to tell me you don't want to stand up to speak.
Okay, I'm happy to continue, Madam Chair. Okay. So I will do this and apologise to my colleague. However, I do, the Minister himself...
The member sat down, her call is named.
Yeah.
Chair, the point of order, the clock seems to have reset to 5 minutes.
Thank you, and I need to point out to the member that she did resume her seat, so the call is ended.
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Tangi Utakiri.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Might be the member gets her way after all. We'll see. Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to just comment on, and I don't intend to make this a lengthy call, but who knows. We have no issue with the Principal Act. Obviously, that's pretty straightforward in our mind. But the two that I do want to ask questions of the Minister around are the title and commencement. Firstly, the title. The Minister has said that he's not prepared to entertain any of the proposed changes there. We all know that what's really important is that when bills progress through this Parliament, they are named so that those that can follow them, if they choose to, might be able to actually ascertain what the bill is about. This is going to be Land Transport Clean Vehicle Standard Amendment Bill number 2. I would have thought that's quite embarrassing for the government, because it indicates that there was a number 1 and that they failed to deliver on what it was that they wanted to achieve the first time out. I know that the former Minister Simeon Brown is in the House today, and this may be feeling as though it's a deja vu moment for himself, because we spent some time previously when we were looking at the Land Transport Clean Vehicle Standard Amendment Bill number 1. He says it gets better. Well, maybe his replacement is doing the jobs that he himself failed to do, and now he's moved on to another area to stuff that part up in our country. But anyhow,
it's not very parliamentary, Mr.
I withdraw that comment, Madam Chair. And apologise. The interesting thing is that, it would be good to actually have the name of a bill that really did indicate what it was. And so while the Minister might not like some of the suggestions that have been put forward, there are some opportunities there, I think, to really signify what it is that this bill is about. I'll move on to commencement. There are many opportunities when it comes to commencement about either it coming into effect on a particular calendar date or the day after royal assent. Given that a lot of what is contained in this bill is already time-bound, i.e. the figures that are set in terms of what people would have to pay are tied to particular calendar years, are tied to particular aspects in time, why not just have this as an act that comes into effect the day after royal assent? It's a very straightforward question for the Minister. Maybe it's just that it's trying to keep it clean so that it kicks in from the new calendar year. But from my recollection, there's nothing in this bill that really provides, if it was to come into effect the day after royal assent, what is going to be the implication if that is the case? These are effectively changes to a regime that comes in at a particular point in the calendar year. It might be that there's some sort of indication of trying to give more time to the industry, but just those two fairly discrete questions for the Minister.
Ingrid Leary.
I do have a technical question for the Minister, and let me preface this by saying that we're in the same situation we were yesterday, where we have an amendment that is purporting to amend a Principal Act, that when we look at the purpose of the Principal Act, it is quite different. And so my question is different from my colleagues, because this is not really about whether there is confusion over the title, but given the impact of what this does, whether in statutory interpretation and judicial cases and judicial review court cases and so on, whether the title is sufficiently clear to be able to give effect to that principal purpose. And Madam Chair, that is a legal question under Section 5 of the Interpretation Act. So the courts would normally look to the title, as has been said, to get an understanding of what it's about. And in this case, it's very clearly a bill that is quite substantively different from the original bill. So my questions to the Minister are whether he thinks the title adequately reflects the bill's effect on New Zealand's trajectory with our emissions, whether PCO gave advice on whether a more descriptive title was appropriate, and whether there were any concerns raised about a possible mismatch between the title and purpose that could affect the interpretation under Section 5 of the Interpretation Act. And I'll add to that question whether the Minister actually sought that advice, because if the Minister didn't seek that advice, I do think that opens up a serious question about whether he should then look to the amendments from Aotearoa Williams to see if there is a suggestion in there that would better suit the purpose and would better suit the statutory interpretation in Clause 5 of the Interpretation Act that courts would look to. Otherwise, what we are really doing is kind of creating sloppy law. We're not providing certainty to the courts, and this is the Minister's opportunity, I guess, to put on the Hansard how aligned he thinks the amendment bill is to the original one, so that when it comes to interpreting the purpose, given that the title, if he's not prepared to change it, that at least the courts or council can refer to the Hansard to help them interpret what the relationship is between this Amendment Act and the original Act.
Madam Chair.
Honourable James Meager.
Madam Chair, the Interpretation Act was repealed in 2021, and maybe the member can ask her colleagues who was in Parliament at that time. The title does what it says. It calls this Act the Land Transport Clean Vehicle Standard Amendment Act. That's what it does. In terms of its relation to the Principal Act, it amends the Land Transport Act. You need to amend the Land Transport Act in order to amend the Clean Vehicle Standard, because the Clean Vehicle Standard is contained inside the Land Transport Act. If we were to try and amend another Act, we wouldn't be able to amend the Clean Vehicle Standard, because the Clean Vehicle Standard wouldn't exist in another Act. And so we won't be entertaining any changes to the Principal Act, nor will we be entertaining any changes to the title, because the title perfectly describes what the Act does. It amends the Land Transport Act in relation to the Clean Vehicle Standard, and it is the second time it does this in this term of Parliament, because we are a busy and effective Parliament that responds to the needs of industry, and where we can make things easier for New Zealanders, we will.
Tom Rutherford.
I move that debate on this question now close.
The question is that debate on this question now close. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, no.
Ayes have it.
The ayes have it. Party votes called for, Mr Clark.
New Zealand National, 49 votes in favour. New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes opposed.
Takuta Ferris.
1 vote opposed.
Mariamino Kapakingi.
1 vote opposed.
The The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The question is agreed to. The question is that Arana Williams' tabled amendment to clause 1, inserting and transition, be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no.
No. No, sir.
The noes have it. The party vote's called for, Mr Clerk.
New Zealand National, 49 votes opposed. New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Takuta Ferris.
1 vote in favour.
Mariamino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
Members, the ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. Arana Williams has tabled amendment to clause 1 to insert the words "This Act forms part of a series of amendments to the Clean Vehicle System" is out of order as not being in the correct form of legislation. Arana Williams' remaining tabled amendments to clause 1 are out of order as not being objective descriptions of the bill. The question is that clause 1 stand part. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, no.
No, sir.
The noes have it. A party vote's called for, Mr Clerk.
New Zealand National, 49 votes in favour. New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes opposed.
Takuta Ferris.
1 vote opposed.
Mariamino Kapakingi.
1 vote opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The question is agreed to. The question is that Arana Williams' tabled amendment clause 2, replacing 2026 with 2027, be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no.
No.
The noes have it. Party vote is called for, Mr Clerk.
New Zealand National, 49 votes opposed. New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Takuta Ferris.
1 vote in favour.
Mariamino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Arana Williams' tabled amendment to clause 2, replacing 1st January 2026 with 1st July 2026, be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. Noes have it. Party vote's called for, Mr Clerk.
New Zealand National, 49 votes opposed. New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Takuta Ferris.
1 vote in favour.
Mariamino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Arana Williams' tabled amendment to clause 2, replacing 2026 with 2030, be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no.
No.
Noes have it. The party vote's called for, Mr Clerk.
New Zealand National, 49 votes opposed. New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Takuta Ferris.
1 vote in favour.
Mariamino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. Arana Williams's remaining 3 tabled amendments to Clause 2 are out of order as not being in the correct form of legislation. The question is that Dr Lawrence Zunan's tabled amendment to Clause 2, replacing 1 January 2026 with on a date set by order in Council, be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no.
No.
The noes have it. A party vote's called for Mr Clark.
New Zealand National, 49 votes opposed. New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Takuta Ferris.
1 vote in favour.
Mariamino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Clause 2 stand part. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. A party vote's called for Mr Clark.
New Zealand National, 49 votes in favour. New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes opposed.
Takuta Ferris.
1 vote opposed.
Mariamino Kapakingi.
1 vote opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The question is agreed to. Arana Williams's 4 tabled amendments to Clause 3 are out of order as not being in the correct form of legislation. The question is that Clause 3 stand part. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. Aye. The ayes have it. A party vote's called for, Mr Clark.
New Zealand National, 49 votes in favour. New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes opposed.
Takuta Ferris.
1 vote opposed.
Mariamino Kapakingi.
1 vote opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The question is agreed to. I will report this bill with amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We go straight from this into House, third reading on this bill.
Oh,
That's right, isn't it?
That's right.
Third reading next, isn't it?
Yeah.
The House is resumed.
Mr Speaker, the committee has considered the Land Transport Clean Vehicle Standard Amendment Bill number 2 and reports it with amendment. Mr Speaker, I move that the report be adopted.
Question is the motion be agreed to. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The bill is set down for third reading immediately. Honourable James Meagher.
Mr Speaker, I move that the Land Transport Clean Vehicle Standard Amendment Bill number 2 be now read a third time. Mr Speaker, today we are taking a very big step towards making sure the Clean Vehicle Standard actually works to the benefit of New Zealanders, particularly those hard-working New Zealanders that get out of bed every day, get in their car and go to work to make sure that we have a great little country. The changes in this bill are about bringing the standard back to what it was meant to be, a practical, affordable way for New Zealanders to spend less on fuel and to reduce their emissions. The standard was supposed to give New Zealanders better access to more efficient vehicles by causing manufacturers to prioritise our market for the supply of their best vehicles with the latest technology. But right now, under current conditions, the key thing the standard is doing is driving up costs for importers and therefore costs for New Zealanders. Almost 86% of importers are in a net charge position, and the average net charge per vehicle for those importers is $1,226. These charges risk being passed on to consumers, ultimately those who are consuming vehicles, most likely in the lower end of the market. This is happening because under market conditions, importers simply aren't earning enough credits to offset charges. The system isn't working as intended, and we risk consumers paying the price. This bill is the first step in fixing that problem. Madam Speaker, the legislative process we've just been through today and throughout the Select Committee and since early August has improved the steps we are taking in this area. When introduced back in August, the bill made 4 practical changes to the standard to improve flexibility and reduce compliance costs, and those changes still stand. They are, first, to allow the Minister to recommend uniform CO2 targets, and this came up in the committee debate stage. It allows the Minister to recommend uniform CO2 targets, but it also continues to allow them to do variable weight targets. Second, it extends the life of emissions credits from 3 years to 4. Third, it retains the option for importers to borrow credits from future years. And 4, it enables credit trading between new and used vehicle importers. Now, Madam Speaker, during the Select Committee stage, industry submissions made it very clear to both the Select Committee and to Government that these changes alone are not enough. With the current market conditions in place, the standard is too tough, and where those charges cannot be fully offset by credits, we risk them being passed on to consumers, making things more expensive. In response, the Government has, by amendment paper, added 2 further changes during the Committee of the Whole House stage, which I'm very happy to say the House has accepted. First, to make temporary charge reductions for 2026 and 2027. With the reduced rates, we can expect that most importers will now no longer have to pass charges on to consumers. The second change made in committee was that for an extended expiry date for credits earned in 2023, this, on the other side of the balance, protects credit holders from financial loss due to those temporary charge rate changes. Both of these solutions, or these changes, provide immediate relief while we work towards a more durable solution in the long term. Ultimately, with this system, any system we have in place needs to support New Zealanders to upgrade to newer, cleaner vehicles that cost less to run and support our environmental goals, but they cannot add unnecessary cost to working New Zealanders. I want to take this final opportunity before we move on to the next speakers to acknowledge the very many people that have progressed this bill to this stage, to the Transport and Infrastructure Select Committee and members, to those who submitted on the bill and took their time to make their voices and contributions heard, to the representatives of the vehicle industry for their willingness to continue to work alongside government and officials for the best outcome for their consumers. And thank you as well to officials, parliamentary staff who worked on the bill, and to the officials who supported myself during the Committee of the Whole stage. Madam Speaker, in saying that, I commend this very pragmatic bill to the House and look forward to seeing it enacted forthwith.
The question is that the motion be agreed to.
Yeah, Madam Speaker. Kia ora, Madam Speaker. Look, it's a really sad day when the Parliament has to progress through urgency a bill that has gone through a Select Committee and then have a very truncated process in the Parliament. The Labor Party will continue to oppose this piece of legislation, as we have done up to this point and through the committee stage, because it is yet another example of the government stepping away from leadership in this space and doing the right thing. In essence, what this bill will do is it will water down those policies that really do make a difference in our communities. The changing of this piece of legislation is purely because the government were not able to put in place any change to the regime that had been put in place to make any real difference. And throughout this whole process, many have been saying that this does feel like deja vu, because it was just last year that the former Transport Minister was progressing a same law change here in the Parliament to say that things were going to work out and it was going to work, and it didn't. And so that's the prime rationale behind the government's inability to be able to deliver in this space. Madam Speaker, the Parliament has just gone through a committee stage that is an absolute shambles on behalf of the government. Now, a lot has been referenced around the regulatory impact statement. Now, we accept that in urgency, you would expect to have some information coming perhaps late to the piece. What we do not accept, however, is that the documentation that the government relies on as one key piece, one key ingredient in determining how they will approach things, is not actually made available to members of this House or members of that committee until the committee stage was well underway. Yet we had the Minister say, oh, well, it's coming, it's coming, it's coming. And I don't blame the office, the staff here on the precinct. I do not want that to be an indication at all. As soon as they got that information, they made it available to members in this House. And it really is an indictment on the government that they are not wishing to make that information available to outline and to consider and scrutinise the real risks that this bill might bring. It is absolutely shoddy. And not only that, but the very RIS that was made available to members looks like some sort of internal document with comments in the column about the fact that the Motor Industry Association, or industry rather, had said that this term means that and all of those sorts of things. That is absolutely shabby lawmaking on the part of this government. And they expect to put the Parliament into urgency to ram through legislation, yet they're not prepared to do the hard yards and the work to make sure that the people of this House are able to scrutinise legislation so that we can end up with better legislation. We are doing this on behalf of the public because of the truncated period. The other thing, Madam Speaker, is it's very disappointing, and I accept that Mr Foster referred to this in his contribution late last night, that the Select Committee seems to have made its decision to report this bill back much sooner because the Minister's reckons, and the Minister wants this to happen. Well, that should not be what drives a truncated Select Committee process and further adds to what is a sham process from a shabby government around stuff that is not going to head in the right direction. To be very clear, Madam, on the other side, other part of that, of course, is this amendment paper that the Minister apparently has been talking about all week. Well, it was only made public yesterday. This is an amendment paper that was only made public yesterday that outlined the near 80% reduction in fees that would be payable alongside some other things. How the government expects members of this House to be able to adequately scrutinise what it is that they're putting up in a time of urgency is extremely questionable indeed. We will continue to oppose this bill, Madam Speaker, because there are a number of changes in it that really don't serve a positive purpose. The suggestion of extending the lifespan of carbon credits from 3 years to 4 years is a prime example of how the government is prepared to simply water down the standard and how it can be applied to those within the industry. The removal of restrictions in terms of being able to transfer credits between those who import new vehicles and those who may have used vehicles is a further watering down of the standard that was in place. The opportunity to not just tinker with the weight adjustment sort of threshold for vehicles, but to basically completely wipe out that entire provision is unfathomable. We all know that heavier vehicles lead to heavier emissions. yet this is a government that is not prepared to even entertain the thought of maybe having some sort of, not a transitional phase, but looking at how the actual threshold perhaps could apply differently to those different members of the vehicle fleet based on weight. So this is a government that is really turning its head in a backward sense and is not prepared to confront the real issues that they face. And of course they need to take responsibility for this. Every year we are starting to see a continual delay of meaningful action on the part of the government. And as costs continue to increase, as emissions continue to rise, particularly in the transport sector, where we all know there is a significant component of emissions that can be attributable to the transport sector, the government need to be doing something in this space. And what this bill does is it does the complete opposite. It actually sends a very clear message that this is a tax cut for car dealers, rather than the government prioritising where it can support households to actually enter the market to ensure that they are on a journey to assist with the emissions sort of profile of this country to make a real difference. It's on that basis that the Labour Party will continue to oppose this bill.
Members, it is time to suspend for the lunch break. The House will resume at 2 p.m.